at that time, interesting thing was happening is that there's another dapp called Ether Risk, which I think they still do stuff, but like they did the first version of so-called flight delay insurance, where if your flight get delayed for more than certain, I think more than 2 hours, you get automatically paid. So one of the participants from France, who happened to be in the same flight from Turkey to Shanghai, he told me like, yeah, like oh, and the dinner was scheduled, I think, 3 hours after the landing time. So he wasn't worried about losing the $10 worth of ETH. So he actually purchased the flight delay insurance to offset. Uh, Unfortunately for him, fortunately for me, is that a flight arrived 20 minutes earlier. So there's no, we all were able to come on time. So that was kind of the beginning. And we did a lot of transition. Until 2018, it was my hobby project. So I only used to organize like once or twice a year. But 2018, I got backed by Status, and I basically turned into the company, rebranded, and now it's called Kickback. And one of the use case in East New York was that was the first time it was used in a kind of big scale with 300 people RSVP, which had 92% attendance. But at that time, it was a time ETH was going up. So when we estimated, we put a stake around, I think, for $20-$30 worth of ETH, but it kind of got, I think it doubled or something. So suddenly stake got doubled. So this kind of shows like how much it kind of inflated in the USD value, which kind of realized that, oh shit, like if you stake in ETH, your smart contract, even though your smart contract is exactly the same, your risk profile increased or decreased depending on the ETH price. So that after that, I actually integrate with DAI. So now people can stake with DAI. And now like there's over 70 events being used, and the average is 80%. So that was a history of a Kickback. Another interesting story is that currently I have one event in a CryptFoxel happening tomorrow, which we put a stake. But currently, I think where I posted, after I created the event, gas price went crazy, like 170 Gwei. So it's get to the situation that I can't really RSVP. And that happened a couple of times in the history of Kickback, that we had right after the DevCon 2, when we tried to withdraw, we got a so-called Shanghai attack. In that case, that was not the gas price, but like it had some vulnerability in EVM optical that like there's way to kind of max out your, I think, CPU or memory, I can't remember, of your laptop intensively. And at that time, believe it or not, people used to sync full node on your laptop. So we couldn't actually withdraw because my laptop just got really, really hot for about 1 week. That was 2016. 2018, when I think we did the events in Prague, that was the first time when we had a gas price continue for over 100 Gwei for over 1 week. During that time, that was again, it was, people couldn't withdraw. So one of the stuff I do is like, it's still the same, is like we make my contract not so much depending on the time. So currently, I think one of the reason why people try to put the high gas price is like make it out, these things get liquidated. So you really have to act fast. So everybody got panic and try to put more gas. In my case, even like I mean, RSVP is the only time you have to RSVP on time, but most of the time people don't make there are more than a couple of days time lag, so people usually have enough time to RSVP. Having said that, that was like people, if you try to put a gas price in one way and the gas price goes like 20 or 100, suddenly your transaction gets slower than you actually going to the venue. So we had a couple people who said, "Hey, I did RSVP," but when I tried to check in, the transaction was not there. And when I looked at it, the transaction was still pending. So I had to kind of front run that transaction to lower the cap of the kickback so that if it goes through, it gets rejected. So something like that. So these things kind of still happens. So your smart contract, yeah, don't make it too time sensitive. That's kickback kind of lesson learned. And now it's a history of ENS. ENS is a lot bigger project, though it kind of started. I didn't know. I was just checking the commit history of ENS, and it turned out like Nick Johnson started his first commit probably 2 weeks before I started my kickback project. But ENS is really kind of fundamental project, high profile, and it could have hold lots more stake than kickback. So it did, and also I think how it started is in the very beginning. I think Nick was in a Swarm team, and the Swarm is like a decentralized storage system, just like IPFS, and they had a long hash the content ID. So it made sense to have an ENS to map the content hash information of Swarm into ENS. I think that's how it kind of started, but quickly turned into its own project. And it launched in May the 4th, 2017. Initially, it used to be the Pi Day, I think 14th of March, but we discovered the bug after the release, so we had to postpone by 2 months. So it became the May the 4th. And we knew from the beginning that we still don't know whether this is a final style, how to say, format of ENS. So Nick Johnson kind of architected in a way that what he deployed is a temporary registrar. So we had a plan to upgrade 2 years afterward. So we did the upgrade 2009, 2 years later. Yeah, so that was planned. And after that, also when we first auction I think I'll just move on. I think now, this graph is showing we had a spike in the very beginning. Then we have a gradual increase, and then now there's about 400,000 names registered, of which 345,000 are .eth. So the rest of the 80,000 is either other names space, which I can touch upon later, or a subdomain such as Marco Dodo Argent XYZ. Okay, so when we first launched, that was I think that was an interesting moment when from April till June until status ICO, ETH price surged from $10 to $200. And when we first started, I think it was taking up 30 to 40%, I think 25% of the entire Ethereum traffic. Then suddenly other ICOs came in. So that was a time everybody, I think that was a time people really noticed that gas cost, because until then, when its price was $10, people really didn't care about the gas price. But so when I first deployed, I think I had set my gas price for 50 Gwei, but I didn't even notice it because the gas costs were negligible. But now that each price got more than 20x, suddenly people start really caring about gas price. And in this time, we had 180,000 names auctioned, only names longer than 6 characters, because we didn't know we thought ENS won't be popular among Ethereum community. So if there's short names are more valuable. So we kept short names, and we only did 7 characters or longer. But the 180,000, I think someone's eating. Maybe better to mute. Thank you. 180,000 names auctioned, and the interesting style was this was a deposit system. So that rather than you pay for the name service normal DNS system, you basically you deposited, but you still had to auction how much to deposit, and we had about 168,000 ETH locked on our locking, how to say, deed contract. And these were the name, like high price names, which was, so another thing, interesting thing is we were using a Vickery auction. So like a Vickery auction is a second prize winning auction. So that East Phoenix was the highest bid name, which was 200,000 ETH. But the winner, East Phoenix, only paid for the second highest, so it was only a couple of ETH. Whereas that was on the left column, whereas the right column, it was like a dark market, or is what's actually the amount it's being paid, so 20,000. And one of the challenges, like we did 7 days auction where you commit for the first 3 days with a seal bet, and you review following 2 days. And yeah, during that time, that kind of like, we still Ethereum have no notification system, and people forget that kind of stuff. So if you forget to review, I think you lose your bet. And for that purpose, I think about 0.3% of people or the deposit auction bids were actually lost. And also we figure out that like, because of the deposit system, meaning if you release the name, you get the deposit back. So there's no like kind of slashing mechanism. So there are lots of people who like bid for like thousands of names, because like if they don't like it, they can just put it back for no risk. So that kind of changed our direction. That when we did the permanent registrar, we changed from a deposit system to rent, and we also changed our bidding system. Currently, now that because we are not releasing new names, we changed to bidding process in a lot shorter, simple system, so that you only wait 1 minute. And after that, we actually did a short name auction through between 3 to 6 characters, and we had this time about 50,000 bits and or 7,000 names. And in this case, one of the big changes, like we changed our ENS name to make a non-fungible token. This is another thing, is like NFT didn't exist when ENS first launched, but like as part of the transition, Nick actually made it into NFT, and then we had a lots of like high profile names. And for example, Amazon.is, still people are squatting, but it was like 100 ETH. But the difference is now I think first auction price, you have to pay one off, and after that you have to pay like I think $5. You still have to keep paying. And that was as planned. Then like in just a couple months ago, we found out that, well, after the DevCon, we found out we had a security vulnerability, so we need to quickly shift to the complete new system. That was on its own problem. I described, I mentioned about what happened in my talk at ECC in Paris last week. So if you're interested, please watch the video. And just is like because we have to transition all the names from one system to another, we ended up spending like about 140 ETH to just migrate names. And the challenges, I think it's almost 20 minutes, so I'll speed up a bit. So challenges for kickback, there are 3 things. Kickback, so the difference of ENS and kickback, it's a completely different system, but I mean, ENS is for the non-profit, so they're kind of making money is not really their priority. Was kickback is kind of commercial project I'm running, so I'm very interested having make it sustainable. And also there's some incentive design, and also that as a meetup that we have coronavirus issue, that like incentive design that many people said, well, many people kind of like the fact that you get the money if you come, so they said, why don't everybody use kickback? But if you just put the system, people have a tendency to avoid, taking risk. So this is one event, like, no one RSVP, though they just crashed. So I think I'm still kind of struggling to find the right balance of designing an incentive model. And also sustainability is a big issue for most dapps now that we don't really have ICO as a ways to raise funds. So we already actually currently charge for the event organizers for fee, but we are looking for other models such as staking from the putting the money stake into something like compound and get a fee, or we when people withdraw, we allow people to kind of pay tip or contribute donations, and we get transaction fee. And the event services I want to touch upon is that, so due to the coronavirus, all the events get canceled, and then we just saw I think consensus event got canceled, Israel got canceled. So we kind of trying to transition to online events, and yeah, like as I mentioned, I tried a couple of VR things. So I'm trying to have a lot of interesting idea, and this is where we could try with a lot of different incentive models. So this is where I'm kind of working on. But the idea is there are lots of challenges, but it's a great way to introduce with new kind of ideas. So I think this we will just take it as an opportunities. And for ENS, I think I have 3 or 4 slides left, but like adoption is the biggest challenge. That like ENS is just a key value store, and all the source code is open source, so anyone can just make a clone easily. But it all comes down to wallets and dapps to support. So we currently have a 34 wallets and over 80 dapps supported. And also, I think it's kind of one way to complement that, like, given no seeing the success of ENS, we start seeing several competitions in mostly in the different chains. I think Unstoppable is in between Zilliqa and ENS, but there are some chains like ENS, EOS naming service, and they are basically doing the auction in a whole new level that they basically have all top level domain as they like, and they're selling in quite high price. The differentiation we're trying to have is we're trying to make it as rather be the good citizen of the internet. That ETH is the namespace which doesn't exist in the internet yet, because it kind of technically belongs to Ethiopia. For that space, we keep using an event model, but we have a ways to make your internet domain as an ENS name. So like in this example, you can actually look it up with .xyz. Currently, it's limited to these 5 domains, but our goal is to make it applicable to 90% of the internet domains. And for these, again, rent is a way to prevent from squatting. And if you have these internet domain, there's no reason for us to charge you. So like that, these ENS names on the ENS will be free. And also, some top level domains doing more kind of tight integration with ENS. So that one example is .cred. They actually issue ENS name if you buy internet domain .cred from their side, but they actually put their internet IP addresses called I think zone file into IPFS, and put the hash of IPFS into ENS, and so that I think you can kind of control this internet address through IPS and ENS, which is kind of like there are a couple of internet domains who issue ENS if people buy domains, but I think in their case, they sell their domain name as a non-fungible token, and if someone purchases a non-fungible token, then they watch Ethereum events and create, I think, internet domain and put the IP address into IPFS and Ethereum, which is like kind of making Ethereum as the infrastructure of the internet. So these are kind of, yeah, again, they're a threat, but we want to make it as an opportunity. So these are the kind of quick history of both 2 projects I'm involved. That's it. Okay.
Awesome. That was great, Makoto. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? And I'll try to share the slides somewhere on the internet.
Thanks.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Makoto.
Thanks. How do I start sharing? Yeah. No.
Hey, can everyone hear me? Huh? Cool. All right. James will be here in a minute, and he will walk us through Signal DAO and all of its awesomeness. What up?
How are we?
Hey,
Hey.
how's it going?
How's it going?
He's alive.
So this is from the quarantine zone. We're live. Thanks for being here, everyone. How many we got? We got the typical crew. Non-Connor, is that Eric Connor? Who's that? Or you can be anonymous either way. So it's who?
I don't know. Maybe Yanor. I don't know.
Okay, cool. Anyway, yeah, glad everyone could be here. We, in this talk, are just going to be, so we've forked the Signal DAO for the Intercon, and it'll be a sort of system for people to come in and make Intercon proposals for either like ideas that they want to see at Intercon or different tech stacks, or just, you know, sourcing ideas and like crowdfunding like community sentiment around how to make decisions for the Intercon. I'm James. I think most of you obviously know me. And then Barada is going to be helping host this as well. He's been extremely helpful, and we've been working together a bit on a DAO ops system for
All the things.
yes, for all the things. Sorry, I was a little distracted by a message, but yes, for all the things. And so I guess we can kind of get started. Let me. Can I share my screen? Is this a possibility here?
Yeah, there should be a little button in the bottom left somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here. And let me see just a second.
James, do you want to shave your head?
Do I want to shave my head? No, I would rather not.
Yeah, you want to do it live?
I do not want to do it live. No. Well, I mean, depends. Like, what, you know, what's it? What's the
Incentive.
You get you get seeds, man.
I get seeds. Oh, I hear seeds are pretty
Yeah,
cool,
correct.
actually.
Dude, get in. They're like Mako. It's like MKR early days, man.
Get in while you can. All right. I'm going to close out some windows so you guys don't have to see all this trash. Dun, dun, dun.
Come on.
Yeah,
When are you shaving your head? Which time and room, dude? Like, dude.
I have to. Let me see what availability we have.
How many people are shaving their heads?
I'm shaving my head.
Is that because Peter asked you to shave your head, or?
Yeah.
No,
Completely voluntary.
Okay, that's dope. I dig it.
Are you really in it, to be honest?
me?
Well, yes, shaving your head is the first step to enlightenment. It shows that, you know, you're really in it, right? You're like really down for the metagame.
I think the hospital
about
is going
that
to
life.
tell anyway, James.
The hospital is what?
Yeah, no. When they do surgery on your head, you have to shave the head anyway. So
Oh no, yeah, I know. I'm about to have some head surgery probably. Anyway, you're right.
that's how you cure coronavirus, man. The brain is sick.
Gitcoin has their live stream in like an hour and a half, so I'll probably do it there in the House of DAOs.
Nice.
Maybe
Very
stress
nice.
test. Yeah.
Can you guys see my screen?
No.
No.
Oh, you cannot.
There we go.
There you
You can see it now?
go. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, so I was just doing some last minute tests on this. I've been a bit preoccupied trying to figure out if I have coronavirus or not. So apologies if it's not, or if I'm not fully like prepared here, but let's see. Okay, so with the former or with the current Intercon, so I don't know, I can go over briefly kind of the structure for the Signal DAO. I don't know if you guys have all seen this. Have you seen this? Would this be interesting?
It's not showing your screen. It's just showing you right now.
Oh, it's what? Really? Okay.
Yeah, actually, it's
Yeah.
me who shared my screen as a test, and people thought it was you. But I think if you click on share your screen, you click on the icon, you click share, it should work.
Yeah. There we go. How's that?
Perfect.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Wonderful.
great.
All right, huge. So we're still working out a small bug. I'm working with one of our teammates on the back end, but this is the Signal DAO. Do you guys want me to like walk you through a little bit like what this looks like and what's going on here? Or we could also just get to the DAO launching piece.
It's up to you.
Okay, cool.
DAO
So we have the DAO launch. I figure so, yeah. But anyway, the Signal DAO, essentially it's just a couple APIs. It's got some APIs in here. So you have the Telegram API here, and then we have a couple of different sort of method calls in the middle that and processes in the middle that are sort of simplifying these like more complex flows underneath that are giving that are essentially just processing information based off of what the user is, how they're interacting with the DAO, and how others are interacting with the DAO when proposals are sent, etc. So this is the database that we're using, which is just Airtable. And I've already launched one as a test, so I'm just going to go ahead and delete this at the moment. And let's see, I'm going to stop sharing so I can share my whole screen and then go through, or actually just share my Telegram. Then I can go through a quick launch. So to launch the Signal DAO or the Intercon DAO, we're going to go to Launch DAO, and it'll give us another form. And actually, I need to just share this whole screen. Is this what? Yeah. I don't know why it's not letting me share the whole screen, but I'll just keep bouncing back and forth. So I have to input my Telegram handle and then the DAO name. And I did delete, yeah, I deleted that first one. So the DAO name is the Intercon DAO. The mission statement, what is the mission statement for the Intercon? Do you guys have a good one on hand? Or I can just make one up.
It'll be the virtual conference for the future.
Tell everyone about
Get people to
metagame.
shave their heads.
Okay, great.
Tell us.
Okay, great. The virtual conference for the future. To tell everyone about metagame.
Yes.
About
Just drop the virtual
And
bit. Just like tell
encourage-
everyone about metagame.
and encourage people to shave their heads. I think that's a decent mission statement. Heads. Cool. I think that should work fine. So wait, we're in the right room, correct? Pete seems to be texting me to say that I'm elsewhere. In the stress test.
No, I think it's good. You are.
Cool.
Yeah, no, you're in the right room.
All right, sweet. So period duration. Let's say a period is an hour, and this and each integer here is like a minute. So let's say it's an hour, and then the voting period, we want that to be like a day, probably. Does that sound good to everyone?
Yeah.
Dope. All right, and we're launching.
How much does it cost to
Okay.
launch this now?
Say that again?
How much does it cost to launch it now? Because I heard the Moloch costs like $200 or something.
Right. So because we're launching on Kovan, it doesn't matter so much.
Ah, right. Okay.
Okay. And then we had a little bug on this membership proposal stuff. But does someone want to volunteer for me?
How do you do that?
So you look up Intercon, inter_con_bot. Here, can share the Telegram. All right. So yeah, so go find Intercon bot, and it should prompt you in a similar way that the signal DAO prompts.
Alright.
Right. I'll fix this copy as well.
Start. I wrote in start, but nothing happens.
We have to fill out the form and stuff, or does it just drop us right in?
So you will have to fill out the form. It's a similar membership process. So it'll be like, here's your, insert your Telegram handle and insert the Telegram handle of your champion or person who is already a part of the DAO. Nope,
So that's you.
that is me. Hi, I'm getting interrupted by the doctor. Hold on.
This just got real.
Yeah, I gotta give them my ID again or something. Not really sure.
Okay, I just applied.
I will. Yeah, now they're telling me to put on my mask, despite being quarantined. All right. Okay, you just applied. Great. And then I just can you see my Telegram?
Yeah.
All right, sweet. And so I'm gonna signal that I want Barada to be in the DAO. Awesome. And so we can do this now with pretty much everyone involved in the a new DAO type, which is exciting. Yeah. Anyway.
Cool. Awesome. Great. Perfect.
And dope. So yeah, we can like spread this far and wide. I think, let's see, there's some copy that I need to adjust to make it not talk about the Signal DAO, but talk about the Intercon DAO. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. I will go into there and kind of adjust some of these things. I don't know if you guys want to watch, we can just like hang out and chat while I'm doing stuff.
Cool. And then so what we need to do is then sign up and give the links to everyone so everyone else can drop in and then like, you know, share ideas or signals or whatever through the DAO.
Exactly.
Cool. And the link we share is the link to the Intercon bot, right? The onboarding bot. That's the one we want to share.
That's right.
Okay, great, great.
Okay. Oh yeah, the welcome message. Intercon is a virtual
All right, and while we're filling out the forms and whatnot, does anyone have any questions or stuff about the DAO, the bot, the things?
right on.
All right, cool. Well, the idea here, right, is that joining a DAO is as easy as just clicking a link to join a Telegram group. And then from there, you can signal things or make decisions or share ideas by just voting within the chat. So literally, it's just like clicking a like button. So voting is as easy as liking stuff. And then you can use that to signal preferences and do whatever. And then the screen here that James has is like how a DAO summoner might create their DAO. So it's a cool kind of like no code situation where you can wire stuff together and build a DAO bot thing that does the stuff you want. And then from there, all your end users have to do is just join a link and like stuff. And then they will be on their way to voting in the wild world of Web3.
Absolutely. That's a good synopsis. Thanks, Rada. Sweet.
Oh, also, how long does it take for the application to get processed? Because I haven't been added to the chat yet.
So for the Intercon, I made the proposal, the voting period, 24 hours. And so it'll take that long.
Oh, excellent.
It's a post Intercon, yeah. I figure it was for like a perennial. I mean, and I guess Pete, would love your insight here, but I think this could be a thing that lasts into past this Intercon, and the community can kind of stay together and talk and like share ideas and like validate each other's ideas via the Intercon DAO more, or like preparing or organizing for the next Intercon or something. But yeah, I don't know. Pete, what do you think?
I'm still trying to figure out how to actually join, but yeah, I love that idea, because we could have also made it like just part of the meta game Aragon DAO, but I wanted to keep the Intercon like as its own thing.
Right.
Oh, and for the record, we're building out a system that allow you to integrate this whole flow into an Aragon DAO. So like in the future, couple months, you'll be able to do all of this with the metagame Aragon DAO or any other Aragon DAOs. So yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, that's cool.
And so wait, Keith, you haven't say it again?
Node Red looked awesome.
Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, totally. It's pretty dope. Is my screen still being shared? It is.
Nope.
It is not? Oh, interesting. Because it says, okay, well, it looks on my screen. Anyway, yeah, the Node-RED is cool. We want to make it a little more modular so that anyone can come in and just play with it on their own without having to confuse themselves or try and find I don't know, someone with more expertise or with some like hard skills to participate in helping their experience. But yeah, as Barada said, that's what we're kind of building out, along with some of these primitives that will have that will access Aragon DAO functionality, and also will pretty easily integrate with Moloch. It'll be more like a generalized framework, because we're working with Aragon. We're going to prioritize that implementation first. But
yeah,
this is the idea.
Love it.
Dope.
But I will still need some kind of instructions of how to get on board.
How to apply?
On board.
Yeah, sure.
Because I need the first half, but also like most people are not here, so you're going to need to write something down for the.
Yeah, no worries. Here, I'll just send you the link to the bot. I just sent it in Telegram to you. I was trying to send it over this chat that we have right here, but I don't know why it's not working.
The Telegram link is in the chat. It just went through
it
like
is?
a minute or two ago.
Oh,
yeah, it just went through.
Okay, great. Perfect. So yeah, the Telegram link's in the chat. You guys can all join and then just go through the membership process, and you'll get onboarded.
Thank you.
Of course.
Ooh, awesome.
Alrighty.
Sweet. Right on, guys. Thanks for joining, and yeah, thanks for working with me as I'm like walking through and in the quarantine zone.
Yeah, how are you doing there?
Thanks for soldiering on. There's some dedication there, so thank you.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely.
I would say giving the presentation the quarantine zone is equivalent to the head shaving potentially, with TBD. But I think it counts. It definitely counts for something.
Yeah. Maybe we should have that as part of the Intercon too. Like quarantined people can come to the Intercon. It's like a safe haven for the quarantine.
People who are quarantined. Yeah, quarantine badge.
That's right. You need like some social stuff. So it's like
can the
something.
Chive mint? Can the factory mint one of those? Can we mint NFT badges for quarantined people?
Yeah, totally.
Sweet. Okay, cool.
Yeah, we should totally be able to do that. That's the thing.
The quarantine.
Well, I think actually Coletta XP, they could probably, we could work something in there, because that's what their whole thing is adding like tokens or points to people's. That's interesting. We should talk to those guys about that.
Excellent. All right, we have homework to do. Also, I have to hop over to the House of DAOs for the Dragon Quest hackathon with Yaller.
Ooh.
Essentially, there will be dragons, there will be quests. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah.
So yeah, if anyone wants to check that out, hop on over to House of DAOs. And yeah, James, thank you so much for doing this. This is super cool.
Thank you,
Yeah.
James. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you guys around.
Ciao.
hope that the format will set a new standard for virtual events to allow the cartel and members to provide support and sponsorship for all the builders in the Web3 ecosystem. It's always been MetaCartel's goal to build a better Web3 and to promote builders who are building cool stuff. So why remote? Well, as we know, there are tons of issues happening globally right now. We've got travel bans, events canceled, viruses, lots of people getting affected inside the community. So it's really important to have resilient and remote events that are kind of unstoppable, just like Ethereum. To begin with, this is something I think we've been thinking about for a little while, is that there's a barrier to entry to events to begin with, hackathons at physical locations. Even though they may be free for attendees sometimes, it is expensive to take flights. It is an energy drain to be there for the whole entire time and to stay at an Airbnb, to go back and forth in between. There is visa restrictions for people from certain countries. And so it just makes a lot of sense, because we have all the tools we need to deploy these kind of events in a virtual setting. Why not set up a system and a structure that can continue to support people who want to work from anywhere? We know builders are coming from anywhere and everywhere, and that you do not need to be in a physical location to collaborate with a team. So MetaCartel really wants to support people who are motivated to join teams and to build amazing products and collaborate online, but also to help kind of like retrain people so that we can keep these events going in through the future without interruptions. Like, these events need to be unstoppable. We can't be closing up shop basically and stopping development on all of the things that we're building just because, you know, we have a little virus sweeping the world. So the ethos of the event, of the MetaCartel. Can everyone see my screen? Yeah, looks like it.
Yep.
Awesome. So yeah, the intention of the event is collaboration over competition. There will be 5 top winners, 1st through 5th place. We wanted to reward as many people as possible, but the idea is to have fun, be creative, to, you know, form teams that are well-rounded, who are tackling interesting issues and using some of the tools that exist inside the MetaCartel ecosystem. So there's a ton of sponsors. We're also accepting new sponsors right now. So if you're interested as a project or as a founder to sponsor the event, we are accepting bounties. And the bounties are a great way for hackers to get introduced to your tools or what you've developed so far. We're working with already a few great organizations such as Pepo, who just spoke a few moments ago. We've got 3box, Dapp Hero. Of course, the Metagame is sponsoring, although I think the Metagame actually accomplished all their bounties before the hackathon even started, which is great, but I'm sure we'll have more. So there's more spots left for people to jump up and support the hackathon, because this hackathon is different from all the rest. There's no charging for sponsors, and all the money goes directly to the hackers. So the bounties will be set up in a way where they're all visible to the community, and then each of the sponsors has a channel where they can connect with people who are asking questions about their bounties, basically. So it's a cool format. We want people to make things that matter. We want to make it easy for them to deploy cool tools. And we want to watch this virtual community thrive. We've got some interesting ideas for what might happen after the hackathon, but we'll save those because we want to execute a good event. And we want to make sure that all of the attendees feel like they've got the right direction, that they're able to get through the event and share their ideas with people who are also interested in connecting with them. So we have we have the tools for total remote coordination. We have chats, we have Figma boards, and we have payout systems. Like we're using Bounty's network combined with F12, which is a super easy way for teams to collaborate and build squads. And now we have things like Interspace. Interspace is also a community tool where people can just connect anytime and link up to have a chat room, which is a awesome tool that will continue to be developed. So we believe that teams who know how to execute from anywhere are stronger, more aligned, and we want to make sure they're prepared for any situation. That's kind of like the spirit of the hackathon. It starts on April 1st. It runs for 30 days. The judges are still being defined, but we have some good ones so far. Zach Herring, Dan Elzer, Jake Brookman, Rick Burton, Lily Shashka, and Zephram Liu. We're also accepting new judge applications. These could potentially be for the next event that we're going to do, because we hope to continue hosting these remote hackathons as more people find out about what we are doing. We can improve this system. We can create an environment that allows us to progress under any conditions. We really want to train hackers who are ready to execute. And I think that the Dragon Quest Hackathon is just the beginning for us. We would like to see more events like this done, maybe on a quarterly basis. And we may be even able to roll in DAO functionality with some of the winners. So you could see something happening like the rolled into the DAO. It's something that's still in talks, but it's a very interesting, exciting prospect for us. More DAOs, basically. More DAOs for more people. Yeah, so that's the gist of the event. Like I said, it's starting up in about 2 weeks. You can go to hackathon.metacartel.org and you can apply as a hacker, apply as a sponsor. It'll dump you into our Discord, where I am paying close attention to new members, any questions that need to be asked, and get things sorted out. There is all the answers to most questions are in the pinned messages of the channels, just to make it super easy for people. And Zephram from the F12 team are there as well to answer questions about F12, all of the bounties. Let's jump into the bounty section real quick, because we can look at that. Actually, no, we can't do that right now because I'm on a different computer. But yeah, so if you go through the hacker application, basically, you'll be able to jump into the Discord and look at all the bounties. And the bounties are being put up as we speak. Basically, sponsors have 2 weeks to put those bounties up, and then they'll all be available. And then the sponsors themselves decide basically who is going to be winning those bounties. And then the panel of judges is going to be deciding. We're going to release how all the judging information will be done in about a week and a half. We'll be drafting a second blog post and releasing that on the MetaCartel Medium so that people know how to submit properly and what we will be looking for. A little bit about judging. Zach Herring put together a nice little judging flow for us to make it easy for the judges to come in and evaluate the projects once they're submitted. The projects will have to be submitted by... that's good. I would. Yeah, so basically what we'll be looking for in winning submissions is there'll be a prototype, pitch deck, possibly a video demo, a a link to the submission, and there is user testing is a fact as well. We would be stoked to see user testing done using the Peppo app. They'll be having a bounty up really soon. All those creative bounties, they can range from being project specific, non-specific, micro dapps, brand new projects utilizing functionality, or with the judges using scorecards weighing individual factors. So we'll release, like I said, that in about a week and a half, and it will be made really clear to all the attendees. That basically covers it, though. That is the MetaCartel Dragon Quest Hackathon. If anybody has any questions or wants to find out more, you can go to hackathon.metacartel.org and jump into the Discord, start asking questions, start sharing ideas with other teams, and find out how to get a project rolling in there. The end. Sweet, someone dropped the link in already. We have a little bit more time here. If anyone wants to, let me see when the next talk is.
I was just going to jump in here real quick. So, and I'd love feedback on this. I want to do, so at East London, because I mentioned a little bit earlier in my talk about communities that it's sometimes very hard to get like tips and help when you really need it from mentors. We were going to do the, we did this at East London with the guys at Consensus Academy, where we were doing hacker tips, just super short videos linking to repos, more documentation, and so on. I want to do the same for design, because I think, again, it's like a big problem. Typically at hackathons, I've seen so many people kind of go, oh, I need a designer, please help, and, frantically Googling things. Do we think this would be helpful just to have bite-size design tips happening with links to component libraries, I don't know, any kind of write-ups, any kind of helpful information to be delivered in video format with a little link towards more, complete information. Let me know if you think that's a good idea.
Yeah, so we have a link section in the Discord now. It is basically going to be all of the helpful things that people might need.
Right.
Definitely how to execute on submitting the final submissions. But I think that those links could also live in there. We might also be able to, we could totally just open a design channel. So it's like, if there's design-based questions, they could be dropped into there, or the videos could be dropped into there directly so people can consume them. But I think that would be helpful. It's an interesting thing that was worth investigating for sure. Because if people have questions or where to go to resources, sometimes you spend a lot of time when you could just talk to an expert, and the experts will already be in the room. So yeah, definitely there. Help channel is also there. Basically, we wanted to try and make sure that there's enough support from the sponsors who are experts in their field, and B, the grandmasters, the judges, the helpers who are part of MetaCartel, who can answer questions and give feedback. So yeah, there'll be plenty of people paying attention and stuff, but all the resources that can be added should be added.
But also I'm thinking the broader community, right? Because that's the other thing. I don't want to necessarily depend on just the people who are in that Discord channel when I have the question and I need the help. That's why I was thinking. But yeah.
Well, let's say that if you put all that content up, it's evergreen, right? The content can be reused or recycled, so it can live here, but the links can also live in somewhere else. if we have a specific hackathon, like if we use the website to continue to roll forward and we iterate it, we could like have that be a tool where those live, or they could live in a GitHub repo or something like that. So yeah, definitely. Why not?
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
Just this last part of the talk of your conversation reminded me of the thing we talked like a few days ago. You experiment. What happens if you share your resources from your laptop directly? So more dynamically, there is one aggregating server, and anybody that searches in this server searches directly on all people's laptops which are currently connected to that server. And this is how you can dynamically share resources that you just mentioned, like for design, for anything. And we talked about this in the context of science and scientific papers, and it's a harder way to do it, and it's not obvious if it's better or not, but everybody is just using the established infrastructure and everything. So I want to be a little bit an outsider and start small and test a little bit, So maybe this is something I'm thinking of applying for the hackathon in this way, and maybe this is also useful for your what you were suggesting. So what do you think? What services are people using that are not centralized? How many people got their $5 a month DigitalOcean server? This is my question. And what would it take for them to go this route? Because people don't have their own servers, and it's very cheap to have one. And if you install something on it, then magically new vistas open potentially. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, no, I think that like kind of non-centralized resources are great. We should absolutely explore that. As long as I have a feeling that it should be as easy to access as any of those other services. And maybe it's even easier to access at some point, because then you don't have to use an email to log in or anything like that. You just query the server and then the information's available. But it's the tipping point, right? Where does it become easy enough for people to use? Whereas they're like, oh, look, we don't need to use this anymore. I'll just query the server. But it's definitely like a really interesting thing. And I think creating decentralized tools that are around these kind of like these ideas of building decentralized communities is a great way of starting, right? Like if we can do it with these little things, then we can make the transition away from all these. Because I know personally I have so many accounts, to use all the tools and to share all the information that I need to. And I wish I didn't, right? I wish my email inbox was not exploding with offers from Notion and GitHub and
thanks. Maybe something useful can be done. It's different for sure. It's more sporadic. You don't get same search results all the time. It depends. But yeah, thanks for confirmation that there is something in it. I'm actually sure it is, but I'm glad even without the prototype shown that some people or a lot of people here maybe can sense that it's worth exploring and would be willing to help test something. Thank you.
Definitely. Well, you'll get feedback from the MetaFam community for sure. If you're in there, you'll plenty of testers.
Thanks for now.
Yeah. So up next, is that you, Barada?
You're doing great. So keep on keeping on.
No, you're doing great. Actually, everyone's doing great. I think so far the talks have been really fantastic, and it's the platform is holding through for the first iteration. So let's see. Up next is Bright ID. Oh, this is a great project. So we have, I think it's Philip Silva from Bright ID, speaking about decentralized unique identity for everyone. And I'm gonna check and make sure. Is that right?
Well,
7 p.m.
I think it's Strategies for Surviving a World of Continuous Legal Uncertainty by Marina Marty.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
What room is that in?
That's in this room.
Oh, I thought I was in the House of Adoption. But I'm in the House of DAOs.
Yes. But also, if you are interested in that, go to the House of Adoption. They have very cool things too.
If you're interested in decentralized identity, go to the House of Adoption.
Yes.
But if you're interested in this, Actually, I'm really interested in this next topic, so I'll be excited to hear that. Oh no, I should clarify. Bright ID starting at 7 and 3box using 3box's data cloud is at 6:30. Man, the schedule's
So if you're into IDs and stuff, House of Adoption, you can double down on 3box and Bright ID. Tag team, they'll tell you all the cool things about IDs.
Back to back. Is Mariana in here?
Mariana, hello? Nope.
Let's see if we can page her in the lobby.
Excellent.
She is in the building. Just getting her the link now. Bless you. Is that you, Mariana?
Yeah, hi.
Excellent.
Can you hear me?
All right. Yes,
Okay,
you sound
perfect.
great.
So
yeah, the floor is yours. You got a couple
I
minutes
can start
early.
already.
Awesome. Yeah, feel free. Go ahead. This is Mariana speaking about surviving for strategies in a world of continuous legal uncertainty.
Hello. So thank you for this introduction. My name is actually Marina. No worries. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Just a moment. I have a short presentation. Can you see me?
Looks great. We can see your screen.
Yeah, perfect.
Yep.
That's great. So hello to everyone. I'm Marina, and I'm actually a lawyer. So this is why I'm talking about this topic. I had a recent presentation at the token engineering event, so I thought that would be also interesting for you to hear more about that. I've been in the space for the last, I would say, 3-4 years, working with blockchain startups in a blockchain accelerator, and now working on different projects at the moment. And one of them is also a research project that we're doing with a token engineering event. And some of the thoughts and some of the things that I'm going to say is also connected to what I learned through this project. And actually stay tuned. I'm sure that Angela from the token engineering community, she will share more about that, because this was actually her idea. So how to survive in the legal uncertainty. We are used to have legal uncertainty in all the different industries, also in the past, like fintech and other industries. But I would say that the legal uncertainty we have here at the moment in the blockchain space is very high and very different. And this Latin combination of this Latin words actually is saying that there's always society first and there's law that comes after that. So there's always something that we see changing in the society or in the tech, and law always comes next to that. So we are used to have innovative innovation coming up, but then law is always taking some time to just follow up with it. And also in the last years, we have seen very different projects aiming to build something like a decentralized world, something that would be different and would have no legal restrictions or even no nations or states. But unfortunately, when we lawyers come in, this is the reality that we bring. We bring the reality of different regulations and different laws that you need to or you should be compliant with. So that's unfortunately the reality, although we are living and working in the digital world. And there are some interesting trends that we also see. Some of the trends we can read about in the news. So all the news in the last years, most of it is actually talking about laws and is actually talking about what are regulators saying about different things that are happening in the space. And this is one very interesting from my point of view. The SEC commissioner talking about the safe harbor for ICOs. And that might be a very interesting and like a potentially interesting thing for projects that would want to raise money the way they did in the past. Also, the other trend is that it's getting very, very expensive to be compliant. So although you are not a startup that is like a very new startup, but you're in the space for some time, the costs of you being compliant are raising. We can see here Kraken talking about it, and also they tweeted about it. The cost is just getting higher, and you can see in this lower left part, the costs in 2015 were so lower than the ones in 2019, and they need to cope with that. And whenever you are building something, or whenever you want to build a startup or a network or a DAO, you actually need to work and to have an idea of how much money and time you're going to spend towards building your idea. And if you have this legal uncertainty, it's really hard to understand when and how to do that. So if we're talking about DAOs, there have been various different, different projects already working on that, and different lawyers, very innovative and very courageous to work in this space. Most of you already are familiar with the LAO projects, or for example, the BB LLC coming from Vermont, or maybe connecting the DAOs to other legal entities like cooperative models, or models that are non-profit models like foundations, or a series of like intersecting different entities like profit and non-profit models. But DAOs are something that are very, very interesting for lawyers, I would say, and also interesting, of course, for the builders. But the innovation that a lawyer needs to bring in when they are talking about DAOs or trying to help other projects building a DAO is enormous. And I think this is also why most of them are working in this space, because it's much more interesting than doing the legal stuff that we are used to. And the interesting part that I wanted to talk to you about is actually the model law that Koala is drafting at the moment. So I'm a part of the organizations that is called Koala, and these organizations have been in the space for a really long time. Primavera de Filippi and Constance are the ones that actually are working within these organizations and are leading all the activities here. And in the last months, we have been meeting and working towards designing this model law for DAOs that was actually help DAOs to have like a legal framework that is more suited for them than the ones we have now at the moment. So this is, I would say, a very long-term approach. It's not something that you would use right now if you want to build a DAO, but it's something that would need to happen in the next years. But still, I think we need to start working on that and maybe see changes, not right now, not at the moment, but I'm sure that this is going to be very useful for DAOs in the future. So actually the aim of the model law is to assist governments in crafting their own DAOs and laws on DAOs. And it's actually something that is not that new, that has been used before. A model law usually is drafted to help countries to frame a certain legislation on different topics. And one of the most interesting one is actually the United Nations Commission on International Trade Law has drafted one on electronic commerce. And it's somehow connected or maybe similar to the one that we are designing, because they were actually, their aim was actually equality when we are talking about paper-based or electronic-based information. And this is something that this law has been very successful and has been used by many countries. And this is where we were also looking into when we were designing the model law for DAOs. So the model law, as I'm saying, is a law that is actually helping projects and helping countries to design laws, but it's a really long-term approach. And we're using the functional equivalence approach, which was also used for the previous model law that I was talking about. And that actually means that the equivalence of the underlying process and the functions of traditional paper-based legal requirements were assessed and were actually thought about of how we can use the internet, whatever we have now in the digital form, and maybe use it instead of using the paper form. So the Koala model law for DAOs would like to specify legal rights and obligations of DAOs, but what is very important is without requiring them to register to traditional corporate law rules. That means that for very simple DAOs, you would not need to have a legal entity. You would not need to have an LLC or a foundation, as we do have now. But you would still need to be, I would say, compliant with this DAO law. And we are also using the functional equivalence approach, which means that we would want to satisfy the relevant legal provisions through technological means. So we all know that blockchain is bringing an additional layer of trust to whatever we're doing, whatever we're using blockchain. And I think that it would be great from the regulator point of view to understand that and actually to bring it to the legal framework that we have today, and maybe not being so restrictive or not needing to be that compliant, but instead using this technological part that actually the blockchain is bringing. So beyond DAOs, there are so many other legal questions and legal problems that we have, and that are connected to the industry that we are working in, to the market and to the jurisdiction. We all know that it's very different if we are operating in Europe or if we are operating in US, to your funding strategy. So if you want to have like an ICO or an ETO compared to selling your shares or to selling equity, and the legal entity you have and the definition of the token. So a token is, again, a very important part of whatever we are building, of our industry, and is very, very novel for I would say, for the legal world. So the first time lawyers heard about tokens, they were very, I think, surprised. They didn't actually know what was that. I think that we have seen a lot of improvement in this space also from the legal and regulatory point of view. Sometimes when we are building startups, networks, or DAOs, it's very important to have this legal certainty, because this is how we can predict the timeline and the funds that we are that we need in order to build our solution, but also later to know which is the market that we are addressing. And again, bringing this legal clarity would help a lot of startups. And how we are doing that, I think you're already familiar with different organizations that are talking to the regulator. And I think that in the last few years, they have been very helpful. I'm based in Europe, so I basically know some of them that are from Germany or France or Slovenia or the Netherlands. I know that they are very active and they have brought a lot of clarity to the regulators. And I think that all the community, the whole community is actually gaining from this. Some of them are using sandboxes, some of them are trying to define new regulations, but most of them are also issuing opinions based on the talks they had with different projects. So one example that I wanted to show you is, again, the token and the different definitions that we have in different states or countries. So this is why it's very hard for a startup and for a project to understand, okay, what is a token? I just need a definition and tell me what I need to do. And I mean, this is what I need to do in order to build my whatever I want to build, my product. So there are few tokens, and the names of the tokens that are used from different regulators, from their opinions that were issued mostly in 2018, I would say, or 19. The FINMA, the Swiss regulators said there are 3 types of tokens: so the payment token, the utility token, and the asset token. The Malta authority have 4 types of token, and the most important one, I would say, is the financial instrument, which is usually a security. So this is why it's important for us to understand if it is a financial instrument or not. And then it can be an electronic money or a virtual token or a virtual financial asset. And of course, all of those different tokens require different compliance and I would say different fundings and timelines in order for us to be compliant. And of course, the last one is the Liechtenstein token container model, which is a very interesting model, to my opinion. They are actually talking about the token in a form of like a container, which means that it's not really important how we call it, but it's very important what is in the token. So the lawyers are not really interested in the white papers, in our, I mean, in how we are defining that, but they want to understand what is the functionality of the token, and this is how they define the actual token. So I think this is a very good, I think, usage of the token, because it's easier for non-lawyers to understand what a token actually means, and that the technical part is just like the container, everything that is around that, but the substance is the important part. And when I'm talking to projects and also listening to different presentations, I always hear when they're saying, okay, there's like the technical part, there's no friction in the technical part. This is not the hard thing to do. We are kind of solving that right now, but the problem is the legal part, and how can we bring the technical and the legal parts together? So unfortunately, again, we cannot work in this digital world that is without boundaries, but if we want to be compliant in all those different jurisdictions, we would need to understand the definition of a token from each and every jurisdiction, and to understand how do they define this type of a container, and what we need to do in order to be compliant. So actually, to conclude this presentation, the strategies to work towards understanding or towards having more legal certainty in this industry is to evaluate your business idea and to understand how much time do you need actually to work with the regulator or maybe just with the lawyer to be compliant, and which markets are the ones that are hard to crack, which markets are the ones that you need to be compliant with, to communicate with the regulator. I know that most of the projects at the beginning, like 2 years ago, they were all working with the regulators, and I'm sure that most of the organizations that are doing that are very active and representing some of the projects. And the last one is to stay informed. There's so many different news popping up from all over the world, and it's really hard to be informed. But I think it's very important and crucial if also you want to build, for example, a startup, and you want to be compliant or a DAO, just for you to understand the risks that you're going through and to be informed about those risks. So that's actually the end of the presentation. I'm happy if you have any questions, because I think we still have some time left.
Woohoo! So I have a quick question. So like, there's a lot of communities, right, that are doing super cool stuff, and they just kind of exist on the internet, and then they're kind of building DAOs and deploying them to do some things. What would you recommend for communities who are DAOifying, as far as like thinking through if they want to actually like create a business model around their community or take a product to market or whatnot? What's like the easiest, minimal viable way for them to do that in a kind of safe and sane way from a regulatory and compliance perspective?
So this is a very good question, but the answer would be it depends. Because it depends on what you're building, and if you want to be a DAO or if you want to be a startup, or it depends the industry that you're in, and it also depends on the market that you want to be in. So I think the most it's very important at the beginning when you're building your product or when you're actually brainstorming about the ideas, to think also about this legal perspective, and to understand that the most complicated things are probably going to be the ones that need more compliance, and that are going to be also costly. And we have seen also in the past, startups taking different approaches. Some of them are thinking about it from the beginning, especially the ones that are having institutional investors in. And of course, they also need more investments from the beginning, but also some that are just trying to experiment with the tech for some time and seeing, okay, maybe this is viable. We have a solution or we have a market for that, and then thinking about this legal part and trying to raise money also to overcome those problems.
So it's complicated.
It is.
Great. Do you know, is there like an if this then that decision tree where you can look through and say like, okay, if your token has derivatives, explore these things. If your token is simply used to buy a thing, explore these things. If you're, like kind of like so people can pretty easily understand like, okay, my token does these things, I should be aware of these kind of issues. Is there like a kind of like a simple model or getting started guide like that exists anywhere?
That would be actually very cool. I think that at the beginning, like 2 years ago, there was this how we test document with a lot of questions where you can answer those questions and understand if your token is a security or not. But I think it's very hard to have something like that, to have something that would be really easy for you to understand. That's why, if you have something complicated, like a complicated product, you would need different lawyers in the room from different jurisdictions and from like specialized in securities law or in some other like topic. So I think for to start, actually, I know that Felipe did something like a canvas for DAOs, for example. I think it would be interesting to start from there, and also to put the legal parts and the legal aspects there.
So if there's someone who has these questions, how would they reach out to you or relevant people in the space to start to understand how to move forward and better understand these things?
There are some very cool Telegram groups where we lawyers meet, but also here you can see my email. And I don't know if there's a possibility to share some links or some Telegram groups for the guys out there. I think that would be great.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to drop them into the chat here on the sidebar chat window, you totally can. And then also, if you want, we can coordinate to get those links, and then have after the Intercon, we can send out like a newsletter or blog post or something saying people did cool stuff, and then in your section we can drop in like the links to how people can engage with you and the relevant legal community.
Okay, that would be great.
Cool, awesome. Does anyone else have any other questions?
Are any questions in the chat?
I don't see questions on the Intercon chat. I don't know if there's YouTube questions though. YouTube wasn't really working for me when I tried it. At least I didn't see any.
YouTube and see if there's any questions there.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, and thanks for sharing all this stuff. I've actually looked through the Koala model. You guys have a bunch of really cool docs there, actually. So yeah, thanks for working on all that stuff, and thanks for sharing some general high-level things for people to think about as they're kind of DAOifying and tokenizing and all that stuff.
Yeah, you're welcome. I mean, this is going to be a very long way because first we would need to draft this law, and I think we'll see. I think there's going to be very interesting things coming up, but also trying to find and talk to a regulator, somebody that would actually be interested in doing that, and drafting this law with them and seeing what the future will bring.
So we've got one question from the YouTube coming from Arseny Ivanov. Outside of security tokens, what's the legal consensus on blockchain-backed transnational ventures?
Blockchain-backed transnational ventures. Okay, this is very interesting.
That just means a DAO that operates globally, right?
That's what it sounds like, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think that, again, it really depends on what the DAO does. And if you have a token, how are you using the token? If you are funded by a token and stuff like that, I think that we can learn a lot from the legal part, the legal work that was done for the DXDAO, for example, and the terms and conditions there. And yeah, this was a recent example that I think was the most interesting one. We were also looking into that when during this Koala workshops. But it's like it's really, really very important if your token is a security. If it is, it's going to be very, very hard to be compliant, because at the end of the day, if we're looking at ICOs as something that was happening 2 years ago, there is no global compliant ICO or STO. Like all the STOs that we see right now are really focused on one market and are compliant with this specific market's regulation, for example, in Germany or Liechtenstein or Switzerland. So being global actually brings a lot of problems, but I think they could be solved if there's like global project is not that complicated. And for example, if you think about like donation purpose DAO, something like that, if you think about a DAO that would have a token that would be a security, it's a lot of work.
Got it. Yeah, they're definitely saying as a DAO, not as an investment vehicle. I think that answers it.
Okay. Yeah.
We have one more question from the Telegram. There is a lawyer who's asking how a new lawyer might get involved with this or start in the space that you're familiar with.
Oh, that's a great question. We love new lawyers. Again, I would say that this Telegram groups are really, really important, and you can learn so much from there. There's a law Telegram group. There's some other legal Telegram groups I'm going to share later. I don't have the names now. And also from Twitter, like there are a lot of lawyers that are very vocal about what they're doing on Twitter.
Awesome. So yeah, I've just pinged you in the Telegram chat, and you can drop the links there for people.
Cool.
We'll also drop it in the public chat. That covers all the questions, though. Thank you so much, Mariana.
Yeah, thank you.
Marina. I'm doing it wrong again. Marina.
Bye.
Perfect. Okay, who is up next? We're in the house of DAOs. Up next. Oh. Oh, it looks like
I think it's just
the community, the Gitcoin community call. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it's just the community call and the Bright ID stuff. But it says outside link. So does that mean we just go to Twitter or YouTube or something? Or
good question. There is a link to Twitter here on the schedule. I wonder if they're going to pipe it in. Let me check.
so I just followed the link, and it looks like it's actually a Zoom call.
Okay.
So yeah, dropping that here into the chat. But yeah, consensus, chillin' and chillin', Gitcoin live stream for ETH 2. So yeah.
Okay, well, the link to that is there. And then the talks here will resume at, well, they're also continuing on in the House of Adoption. If you want to go over there and hear Bright ID speak, or what time is it?
I'm going to be shaving my head here in like 10 minutes.
Woo! Stay here and watch Ahmad.
All right.
Head. And then at 8 o'clock, we've got Source Cred, which will be one not to miss in the House of DAOs.
Also here.
Also here. Right here. 1 hour. Or it's not 1 hour.
Guys, for
yeah, it is 1 hour.
like next like 20 minutes, we can just like chill here. This is like the metagame lunch break.
We could chat. We could totally chat. Well, there's a lot of people in here. What's up, people?
How's it going for everyone? Intercon.
Give us your Intercon hot takes. Do you have any?
It's surprisingly awesome.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
This morning at 4 a.m., it was hard, where I was like, oh no, I want to just run away now. But now it's running pretty smoothly.
Yeah.
You were asleep, and I was like, I couldn't sleep. And I was just like, they're like, where's the links? What's happening? I was like, oh, I'm going to.
I went to bed early just so I could wake up early.
Good for you. That's a good plan.
To be happening, so.
Yeah. Yeah, the onboarding process was a wee bit rough, but then once you get the hang of things, then it's working and it's pretty awesome.
Well, the problem is if you're a busy guy like yourself, Barada, then there's no way for you to actually pay attention to the amount of information that you have to sort through to get involved. It's like drinking from a fire hose.
Yeah, yeah. Like I did my best to like comb through it all, but then I'm like, wait, but the links changed. Then you go over here, and then you need a different browser.
Yeah.
There's like 10 steps, but yeah.
And I mean, like
I
that's
have
the
to
thing.
spin
is
up
that,
my own node to go to this conference. What?
like what we're trying to attempt is like basically for free to have this like crazy ass setup where we can have like 5 rooms of like dozens of people having conversations in virtual reality and stream to YouTube at the same time and record it at the same time and like have the proper moderation tools. Like it's like for how much we spent and how much time we had, like it's working surprisingly
Yeah,
well.
no, this is awesome.
Even if we have to use setup of browsers and stuff. So yeah, I mean, next time we can like set up dedicated servers and actually like battle test it beforehand if we have some like budget, which I think will definitely V2 will definitely be a lot better.
Yeah, no, this is like super impressive, especially for like a 10-day thing. I mean, like, damn, I don't know if anyone's done anything this cool in 10 days. So this is great.
Spinning and sinning. All right. Manu, what's up, bro? How's things? I see you. Deacon.
Made it.
What's up? You're here for the head shaving.
Good
Head
luck.
shaving commence.
When does it actually start, the head shaving? I'm just here for the head
I'm
shaving.
glad you're here for that. What time? What's the time? Launch time.
I mean, we should announce it. Yeah,
Yeah, we should all tweet that, like, for show.
absolutely.
Hamad, send me a picture of like your head with the shaver, and I'll crop it up for the Intercon.
I shall do that.
So, what's actually the reason you are doing it?
So this is an initiation into MetaFam. It's like committing your life to.
Yeah, I was thinking about something like that.
Clothing doesn't matter. Tokens don't matter. Like, so basically,
So
if you shave
totally
your head, it's like
naked.
nude. Yeah, I preferred like shaving the whole body would be a real commitment. I think.
I'm growing my hair out, actually. I think I might shave it again. Yeah.
I'm waiting for you to shave your eyebrows, Peter. We need
Yeah.
a real commitment.
Do you know what we should do? We should all grow our hair out and, all shave simultaneously, like at once on a
Yeah.
live stream.
How
All
about
of
we
us
all
stand
grow our
like
beard?
in a row. Everyone like virtually in a row, just kneeling down and like getting our head shaved.
Maybe
This is exactly how it should look.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Oh, wow.
something to shave at.
Deacon, you're going next. Michaela, you should just cut your hair. You barely it's shortcut anyway. So
Okay. I could
you,
shave it.
you have
What if I,
no.
like,
You're gonna.
What if I shave my face? Would that be the
No,
option?
no,
Yeah.
no. You gotta look. You can say you're doing it for charity.
Let's do
but metagame is a charity, right?
Let's do it for
My,
our
yeah, I am my own charity.
charity.
Or
And,
charities in Web3.
Everyone will be up for
Ethereum-
auction
Ethereum
and
is a
like
charity. Ethereum's the largest charity in the world.
How much free labor?
But actually, I was assuming that this is okay if Intercon really takes place and we have at least some stream, then Hamad is going to shave his head because nobody believed it. Was this the case? No.
It's
He's gonna be the third person who shaves his head.
I know. We got the second head shaver here. Tiptoe's in the room.
Yeah, Tiptoe.
Okay.
You want to show your head?
Tiptoe, show us your dome.
Sure. Do it.
But yeah,
I feel like I should get credit for doing it anyway because I went like a month before you. I just didn't announce it.
Do it again. What?
That doesn't count.
Okay.
But yeah,
I know.
with the coronavirus, like I'm not going to be going to the hairdresser for a long time, so I might as well just shave my head and not have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But this would be also
This-
nice. We don't cut our hairs and faces until we have the next event and meet each other again.
Yeah.
This would be also nice. Just imagine how it looked like in autumn. Or so, I don't know.
Yep.
Come on, are you gonna shave your beard, or is it just the hair?
Oh man, just the hair. The beard stays.
Go full.
Are you leaving the beard?
Yeah, of course I am. The beard has to stay. Look like an infant otherwise.
They're kind of. So, Hamad, you have to nominate someone else after you shave it.
I have what?
Deacon, we summon you. Deacon, after Hamad does it, you have to do it.
I think it'd have to be for
YouTube is working.
a couple ETH. For the cut, I wouldn't take it. But
Ben, you should shave your head. You can't go out anyways, right?
What? Just beautiful hair, man. It's my only trait that
Yeah,
I have
man.
to attract the non-ladies in here.
Like, sorry, my hair's my only personality trait.
Yeah.
Can't get one.
Everything else talks about me. It's all I got.
Man.
Why did my name
Yeah,
disappear?
we already lost it. How many people do we have in here? Okay.
Most crowded channel at the moment. 20.
That's I
You
think.
cannot. You're in your bathroom. This is. By the way, Nick, you should create a
how
hair
many
cutter.
What? What did you say? Let me. Wi-Fi is bad.
There should be a remote controlled hair clipper. So we like send transactions to a smart contract, and it just like it turns a clipper on for like 3 seconds.
Yeah, streaming clipping.
Could be like pixel. Like each person gets a pixel in the haircut. Could shave chilies in people's heads and
No,
things.
actually, can we like can you send us a tiny bit of your hair? Like you send it all across the world.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like a DAO. You know,
Whoever-
you're summoning a DAO.
Whoever.
Just dip it in some Corona first.
Yeah, like.
Yeah, coughing it for you have to. That's the packaging. You have to do a packaging video where you're coughing on it beforehand.
I mean,
I'll give it to people.
for full shaves, all right.
I'll give you some of my
I think
hair for some seeds. You can buy my hair with seeds.
I think you should go full fryer look. Like the shape.
So come on, I will actually buy your hair. You will send your hair to me, and I'll buy it for 30 seeds.
Say again, my Wi-Fi is being shit.
I will sell you 30 seeds for your hair, mailed to me to Sydney.
I'll send it.
Proof of hair. I have what?
Proof of hope.
I can put it in one of these hacker boxes. You know, like next time these kits, these little boxes, they're gonna have you know, like hair in them.
So good.
Funny how most of us will then go to the Gitcoin community call.
Yeah.
This is so much better content.
Way better.
This content. This is way better than talking about dapps. What are you talking about? Watching a guy shave live, like is it?
All right.
Can we tip him? Like
It'll be even better if you cry.
Yeah.
You guys
Can we set up a save layer stream for your hair, Ahmad?
What?
Can we set up a save layer stream for your hair?
Yeah, do it.
Absolutely.
Sometime for me.
it totally makes sense. It's composability, guys.
Tell Pete to join. He doesn't believe this is happening.
He'll believe it when you send him hair.
To be honest, can we allow people to pledge into the DAO with a shaven head? Like, and a photo, like, of, like, a MetaCartel logo next to them, like, and proof of shave.
Yeah.
Like, that can be a replacement for
Must be
like,
done
that's
live.
good enough commitment. Yeah, no, that's good commitment, to be honest. That's, like, same as 10 ETH.
And then it comes with a glass of Kool-Aid.
What?
I was saying it would come with a free glass of Kool-Aid.
One in 100 is spiked.
Oh, bless you.
All right, should we start?
Yes.
Do it.
Yeah, let's start.
Mohawk.
Yeah, how do you cut it first? The sides or the...
The head. On top of the head.
Definitely like right
Come
down the
on,
middle.
are we recording this? Are we recording this, by the way? Just checking.
I think it's always live.
It should be streaming to YouTube.
I'll check
the
YouTube.
channel if it's...
Mohawk.
Please, yeah, can we double check before we go in? I want to make sure this is... Hey. Yo, relax, buddy.
It's live on YouTube. We're looking good.
Also,
Okay.
mute so we
let's do
can
it
have
then.
all focus on...
Okay, yeah, everyone mute.
Mute. Everyone mute so we can have...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hold up. There's a brand sponsorship by MetaFactory sponsoring this haircut. You guys can unmute yourself. I pinned myself to the video, so it shouldn't go to your video if you guys keep talking.
All right,
cool. We can heckle now.
Awesome.
Yeah, nice.
Let me double check.
Oh no, it's not. It's not pinned.
So
it's not pinned. It's not pinned.
I'm with Drew. I'm with Drew on this. I think we should start in the middle top.
Everyone just mute.
Mute.
I mean, we can all self-pin too, I think.
Deacon, mute.
James Young, mute.
Yeah, it is pinned.
Deacon, mute.
You guys can see. It's pinned. You guys can
Okay.
talk. You need to mute. Yeah.
Oh wow, it's super
Like the
recursive.
YouTube stream is pinned.
Amazing.
Whoa.
That's amazing. No, keep it there. I want to see the
Inception.
It's no fun muted.
Oh yeah.
Are you gonna catch the hair in the pack?
It'll be safe.
Oh yeah, that's what we should send to people.
Start from the crown. Start from the crown.
All right, down the
Definitely
middle.
start from the crown.
Right down the middle.
Yo, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No.
There we go.
Yeah.
Follow up my iPad to see myself.
What are we doing here, guys? What is this thing?
Getting a good afternoon shave going on.
You actually look like a lot fresher, man.
Nice, man.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Racing
Just
swag.
leave it at that. That's enough.
That's good.
Don't do it.
Perfect. Leave it. Go fast. Hamad.
The crowd.
Go fast and go alone.
The crowd is pleased.
You guys are seeing my disgusting
He shaved.
scalp.
I mean, this is the benefit of having a live stream. You have something on your crown. Yeah. Now you got it.
It's gonna be so patchy.
Here, we can guide you with your neck. Turn around. It's good.
Okay. That's perfect.
It's
Stop.
healthy, guys. I think we're pushing capacity.
The hottest stream of the day is Dave.
You have to keep the beard though.
Yeah, 100%.
I agree.
Yeah, you get that sick fade into the beard.
Isn't this inspiring for anyone else?
Better be. It's for you, Peter.
Wait.
Can you guys see still?
Looking good.
The pledge. Very good, man.
You missed a few spots in the back.
Yeah.
No.
And done.
Okay, we good? Am I back?
Yeah, you're good.
Hold on, let me turn off my.
You kind of look like Malcolm X.
We need a Telegram sticker pack of everyone's like shaven.
And done.
Like shaven.
Can we get a shot of the back? I really want to see that back. It's probably perfectly shaved octopus on that.
How happy are you, Peter?
I'm delighted. Just like the real question is, who's next? I'm challenging Alex Mashmash.
He doesn't
This is
have
a direct public challenge, Alex, if you're watching. Well, I challenge you, Alex.
Maybe he'll do.
I
He'll
directly
bonus if
challenge
he
you
does it
in
on
public.
people.
I just said it. How do you feel,
There you go.
Hamad?
Feel good?
Nice. Let's see the back.
Back's terrible.
Yeah, back.
What does it look like?
That's it's totally
Oh, fuck.
Beauty.
Yeah, get the back.
No, it's a new fad, man. It's called
the Dreamer.
The Dreamer.
Oh, we got another taker. Ed is planning to shave the head tomorrow. Make sure you post it.
Who is?
Ed in the chat. Ed.
Oh yes,
Joel.
no,
Yeah.
Joel.
Joel's
Tag-
doing it.
Tag the
Nice.
MetaFam.
Yeah, you got to tag them. Yes, son.
The rumor starts here. I heard Corona lives in the hair. Shave to stay healthy.
That's actually brilliant.
It's like
Drew,
getting
that's brilliant.
It's a vaccine.
That's probably.
Dude, shaving your head is a vaccine.
I guess if your hair is like really fat, Corona has a larger chance of like surviving in it.
Yeah, I mean, technically, I guess it is probably true.
yeah, it's scientifically proven. Math checks out.
Apparently, is
Drew, when are you shaving?
Mass Medge. Look at this. Look at this guy. The shaved head Mass Medge. Could bring it back.
Yeah, dude, Alex, he said he might do it. Nah.
How do I look?
Good, actually.
Yeah.
This is the metagame aesthetic. It's just shaving heads. We're gonna reclaim this aesthetic.
Yeah, I'm gonna moisture.
People are gonna think we're just a bunch of monks.
Yes, the monks.
The meta monks.
Yep.
Joe, are you next?
Who's next?
Joe?
Y'all better give me the one up on collab XP.
I think Alex Matchmakers is actually getting them all.
There you go. There is Joe.
Meshmesh will do anything for Alex coins. Actually, who's got some AML left? Peter, do you got AML?
Yo, I love that.
I only have 9 AML left. I've been repaid most of the loan.
I love that screenshot of me in the hubs in VR. That I'm gonna mint that as like an NFT.
That's awesome.
You guys can buy that NFT. How's ETH holding up? Did that make the ETH price go up? Nope, it went down.
Your sacrifice is noted.
Yeah. I'm happy that like I didn't wake up to like $30 though.
Well,
there's always Monday.
Yeah, there's always Monday, right?
So shaved out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Follow me on Twitter. Like, subscribe, all that.
We should have a Gitcoin grant just for the shaved players of metagame.
Yeah, we should. Like, actually, let's apply.
It's like donate.
Mine the coin by
This is the hair.
You should put it in the metacartel box and set it on fire like that guy
Oh
did.
man, that would smell. Yeah, no.
What's next in the agenda?
Source spread. In half an hour. I think Gitcoin is right now though in their community call. Oh, is everyone muted? No one else can talk, that's why. Yeah, Ex Machina. I love that movie. Yeah, I don't think anyone's up next in this call, but there's gonna be one in half an hour. Do I have to give a talk now about my head?
Hello, can everyone hear me? It
Yep.
looks like there's been, a little bit of a change of plans. I think we're doing Eric and Mel on this channel.
Sweet.
Eric and Mel, are you present?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So you'll be talking about the Blockchain Education Network, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. When you're ready, enjoy.
Let's give Eric a minute there to join on, if you don't mind.
Sure, no problem.
Minute there to join on, if you don't mind. I'm hearing myself. Is that normal?
Hello.
Hey, Eric.
Oh, hey, it's working. I was just using an incompatible browser.
How's
Right.
everything?
Ooh.
All right.
Good.
So, welcome everyone. I'm Mel Vera, Vice President of the Blockchain Education Network. And joining us, we have Eric.
I'm Eric Pinos. I'm the president of the Blockchain Education Network.
So we, the Blockchain Education Network, will give you some background.
I think there's a delay from YouTube.
There's a delay. Should we just speak slower?
Is someone watching where everyone's on Jitsu? Is that right?
Yeah.
Jitsi?
I'm on Jitsi as well. Is it mine that's delayed, or is it both of ours?
It'd probably be better if one person speaks and then we transition here, unless you both need to go back and forth.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Eric, I can give the background on Ben and our story, and then you have a really great background with the students and your experience. Are you good? We do it that way?
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, cool. So, Blockchain Education Network started about 6 years ago from the need of university students around the world really wanted to learn about, at that time, it was cryptocurrencies. They really wanted to learn about cryptocurrencies, and there really wasn't there weren't any opportunities or resources or support for that. So originally it started with University of Berkeley, MIT, Stanford, and Michigan. And so there were clubs that were created to be able to learn on campus about cryptocurrencies and blockchain. Now, from that, lots and lots of other universities had an interest. For example, Wellesley College in Boston had an interest of creating a club, and we actually supported and helped create the first blockchain club in Wellesley College. And the university closed it down because of the fear of cryptocurrencies in the space. And not in the space, but most of all in the college. And they, improper Wellesley girls aren't allowed to learn about these things. Now, 6 years later, they're interested and they want to be able to give these students the opportunity to learn about blockchain and cryptocurrency. So what we've learned in the past 6 years has been that one, the education is a great way to lead adoption, and it starts with professors and students in universities. 6 years later, we have over 8 national offices, teams, including Colombia, Canada, US, Italy, India, Dubai, Vietnam, and Australia. And what we're seeing is that in a lot of these countries, education looks very differently. For example, in Vietnam and Colombia, university clubs aren't a thing. And so what we've done is we've adjusted. We created the first blockchain class in the National University of Colombia. And we're really seeing a large need and interest in Latin America, especially for education, because the crypto and blockchain space, as we all know, in the beginning had such a skepticism around it. And in Latin America, though there's a huge need, there is still a lot of education and knowledge that needs to be spread so that people are less afraid and are able to take advantage of it. And so that's what we've been working on over the past 6 years all around through the world. And so now we have over 80 blockchain clubs. Eric has recently done a really great job with Turkey, and in Turkey we're seeing a large interest as well. And so from these past 6 years, what we've done is we worked with the club leaders to really create resources so that they can go to their club meetings and present right away and not have to worry about creating the content to teach their students. And originally we were adding it all into a large Google Drive where people could go and share all around, right? And give credit to the authors. But that 6 years after, when you have we had hundreds of lessons in the drive. And so now what we've done is we've created the playbook. The Bend playbook. The idea with the Bend playbook was to be able to, from the past 6 years, what we've learned of, how to empower students with internships and job opportunities that we've been able to provide for students in this space, how the conference and hackathon tickets that we've provided, as well as Airbnb and flight sponsorship. For example, in India, we were actually able to 2 years ago work with the government in India to provide visas for our students in India to come down to the MIT Bitcoin conference. So, what this playbook, the idea is kind of the roadmap as to success in blockchain for a student, for anyone, to add the lessons that we've created over the past 6 years, and to be able to create activities and more opportunities for the community on that end. This is something that Eric and the whole community has worked really hard. And what we've seen is that over the past 6 years, as we've seen, crypto has gone up, crypto has gone down. There's been a lot of different movements in the space. But as a nonprofit, the reason why we've been able to survive and keep going as the largest and longest running network in the space of students is because of the trust in the community that we've built. We started as a need for students. We started as support, and we started as a movement of students, right? We always say we're #Generation Blockchain, and that's really one of the reasons why we've been able to continue strong. And Eric can talk some more about this as well.
Thank you. Yeah, that was great. Hopefully there's not too much of a lag on my voice, but building off of what Mel had said, we've been around for 6 years that we've been working with these different blockchain clubs across universities. Up to this point, we have about 80 different university blockchain clubs spread out across the world, with obviously high concentrations in the US, in Canada, in Latin America, and now most recently of all places, Turkey. We just had 5 blockchain clubs onboarded from Turkey to kind of form the initial Bend Turkey community. So they're really excited about blockchain over there. But we've also grown past clubs in the sense that now we see this trend of professors and faculty and school universities now want to get blockchain, and they want to put blockchain into their schools, which is something that we hadn't seen before, and previously schools have been very antagonistic. So yeah, we're working with professors, we're working with faculty, all the content, all the curriculum. We're also focusing a lot on online events, which we've kind of always had to do, because since we're global, we always try to, what are the things that we can do as Ben that are the most inclusive and are the most far reaching? And so that's why we've always kind of steered away from conferences or from meetups. We've done intercollegiate meetups. We've done meetups in cities where there's a high number of Ben clubs, like in Philly or in Boston or New York. But for the most part, we've stuck to our online workshops, our online meetups, our online discussion calls. We just started doing meetups in VR, and we started doing different tracks, different sections for different groups of audiences, like professors for professor calls for professors. We've done women chats, women calls for the women of Ben, just like bringing them in from all over the world. So now we're seeing, right, everyone else, with everyone else's unfortunate, all our offline events are mainly handled through our partners, and we're seeing like all of these events being canceled. So our partners, Bitcoin 2020, had to cancel their event. Our other partners, Blockchain Summit LATAM, well, they didn't cancel it, they postponed it. Blockchain Summit LATAM also postponed it. Right, Consensus just announced earlier today that they're going virtual with their Consensus event. So New York Boston Blockchain Week New York Blockchain Week is postponed. Boston Blockchain Week was postponed. So everyone's kind of going online right now, and it should be interesting to see because, you know, in some ways it's unfortunate. In other ways, it's also going to be a lot more inclusive because we have the opportunity now to get people that wouldn't have normally been able to fly out to our conferences or to all of these conferences to now join because it's online, and we'll be forced to figure them out. We'll be forced to figure out the good tools to use. We'll be forced to experiment with the right speaker format and the right way to do these things, so that they're actually entertaining and so that they're actually useful, because the alternative is just not do any conferences at all. And I don't believe that's a viable solution. I think there's a real need and a real need for a community to tune in and to be able to participate. And that's what we've seen with our students. Like the students from all over the world, they join the Slack channel and they post in the Slack channel and they tune in to our online events. And we try our hardest to fly them to our partner conferences. We get their Airbnbs, we get their flights, but you know, at the end of the day, like there's only so much you could do to get someone to actually fly out. Sometimes it's a visa thing that stops them from being able to come. And we've paid for students' visas before. We've paid for visas for students from Ben, India to fly to the MIT Bitcoin Expo 2 years ago. So yeah, so we do what we can to enable travel, but I'm actually excited to see the proliferation of these virtual conferences, and I hope that they'll still have a place once everything blows over and people start meeting up offline again. So I'm excited to see over the next few months. We have these meetups. Members of Ben are welcome to join these meetups. You're welcome to become a member of Ben. You don't have to be a student to become a member of Ben. You can just go to blockchainedu.org and see all the details there. And we have a variety of stuff. So we're going to be doing like speaker series, more hangout sessions in VR, just people coming and meeting each other all over the world.
Great. Could you say the address again? Was it blockchain edu, please?
Yes, it is blockchainedu.org.
Great. Yeah, thanks. That was really great talk. So you guys are based out of MIT, is that correct?
So I went to MIT. I'm based out of New York. Mel right now is in Colombia, where she's been back and forth between Los Angeles and Colombia, like a true crypto nomad. I'm over here.
Yeah, we're pretty decentralized, and we have a team all over the world. We have, as I said, 8 national teams. Our head of Italy, Emiliano, actually does his fair job at being decentralized as well, between Panama and the States. He works really hard as well, and really want to kind of send all the best energies to Italy right now with everything that they're going through. But
speaking of which,
community stays strong, and actually, Emiliano has launched a program to campaign to be able to support the community in Italy by getting more research and more resources to to those who are in need in Italy. I can actually, I'm pulling up the information right now to share it with you guys. Sorry, Eric, go ahead. What did you want to say?
I was going to say to go to the Ben Twitter to look at it, but it's also a really good idea to post that information right now. They're essentially doing a Bitcoin fundraiser for hospitals and just to like support.
Yep. I'm taking a look at it here, and I will share it in the group as soon as I'm able to find it. If you find it before I do, Eric, feel free to post it. But in addition, we really want to open up the space for any questions or any comments you guys have. And in the meantime, we'll be posting the information from Italy as well. And in a little bit, I can also share my screen and walk you guys through the website and our playbook, so you'll be able to see a little more of what that looks like.
Sure. So, quick questions. How much do these courses cost for someone?
So for a student and a professor, they're free, and actually you can go online and you can take a look at some of the lessons that we have there available to the community for free. In addition, to join the community and become a professional member, it is $10 a month, and so that really provides the ability to sustain the community. Continue supporting students, continue hosting online workshops, continue growing, and providing the support that we've been doing over the past 6 years. For those $10, on top of that, as we said, we often partner with events, and we often have, if it's not free tickets, it's discounted tickets, so be available to take advantage of that and be a part of have the support from the community through our Slack channel, be able to join the speaker workshops and series where you'll be able to ask questions and interact further with our partners. And in addition, really, as I said, over the past 6 years, we've been able to support and see our students grow to really high positions in the blockchain space, which we love, and we're so proud of all of our alumni. So in addition, have access to those resources to do the same.
Great, thank you so much.
For sure.
Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, then yeah, I will reach out to you and get a Slack group from you, and post that in the YouTube channel as well. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So yeah, my next talk is in the stress test arena. I've got Rare Art Festival in New York City with James Wong. So I'll see you guys there. Have a great day.
Oh, is this what's going on here? Hello, hello.
for the talk for SourceGrad. Is already. You have the speaker already in the room? No, obviously not. So, okay. We'll wait for another couple of minutes. Music, please.
Hi, this is Dandelion. Just so you know I'm here.
Dandelion. Okay, cool. So you'll give the talk on SourceGrad, social algorithm, right?
Yep.
Okay, stage is yours.
That's right. Okay, cool. Well, I figure I'll wait 2 minutes just so we'll start officially on time, but maybe I'll check my screen sharing. Let's see.
Absolutely.
System preferences. Okay, are people able to see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Cool.
Let's go.
Yeah, there we go. Now we've got the nice depth recursion thing going, I'm sure. Cool. So, how's everyone doing in our day of, digital conferencing and physical panic?
It's magic. With music and new haircuts. Absolutely amazing. And great talks, of course.
Of course. That's pretty exciting to be able to throw together digital conferences so quickly.
Yeah.
Usually when
Hello. All right. I'm sharing my screen. Does everyone see it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Cool. I guess I'll just get started.
Great, thanks a lot.
I'm on this presentation screen, so I can't see the chat or anything like that. Let me know if you have questions. My name is James Waugh. I'm here to represent the Rare Art Festival and hopefully inspire collaboration between the meta community and the crypto art world. So to get started, I've got to take it back to the OG Rare Art Festival, which was my first experience at a crypto-related conference, and it blew my mind. I I was never interested in Bitcoin, but Ethereum really caught my eye because of all of the creative use cases. Like CryptoKitties came around, and there was CryptoPunks, and then all these I mean, there's like really, really talented artists involved. Like, I just don't know what I can do. It's a really good question. I should have a better answer. I'm gonna try to compile a list of crypto artists and maybe invite others to add their names, and we can maybe use that to answer this question in the future. But yeah, I don't want to.
I think one of the big things about metagame and the intercom is kind of connecting these people. So I think that list and connecting artists is going to be a great thing. Like for the Rare Art Festival, but for anyone that wants to get involved. So yeah, really thank you very much for your talk, and yeah, look forward to learning more about the Rare Art Festival.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
All right. Take care.
All right, I'll stop sharing and jump out of here. Thanks again.
Yep. So the next talk is the state of decentralized data by Nima. So we've got about 12 minutes or so before then. So I'll see you all in 12 minutes.
Hello, everyone. How is it going here? Pat, if you're telling something, it's pretty hard to hear you. You're like sitting on the mic or something.
Oh, I'm asking how are you doing? You've been moderating for a few hours also.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun at that moment of time. And then Bright AD just started talking, and no need for further moderation. They did it by themselves, so it was cool. Yeah. Yeah, I think we're pretty much missing out on moderation in terms of like muting, kicking people out if they misbehave and things like that. That was disturbing. So yeah, if something goes wrong and person is not responding anyhow, it's just a problem to do something about it.
Yeah, we'll need to figure this out by the next time.
Yeah, for sure.
Just use Zoom or something.
You know.
In Zoom, there is always some, like administrator, moderator, and this super webinar software you can use it up for hundreds of people. Pretty cool. So that will solve it. It's not open source and very centralized, but it works.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least we got a GitHub repo. We should at least add our names to it since we're known entities.
So we're on the stress test stage. It doesn't seem like a lot of stress testing right now.
Yeah, and even the guy that was supposed to be talking about X Infinity making money, and after that play testing, he's not coming. So there's not going to be any stress testing happening.
I mean, technically, I am stress testing today. I'm trying to decide if I should go with a Lambda serverless stack or if I should go with like a microservice architecture for my work project. But
what is it about?
Not in this. So I do digital ticketing services. So
digital what?
Specifically, all the APIs that make StubHub work. They don't actually have any of their own tickets. They sell their tickets through our APIs. So I'm going to be testing out basically new functionality that will cut out part of our large monolith and do our NFC scanning. So near field communication, so you can use your phone to scan instead of having digital tickets or even like a PDF or a barcode that you scan. Now your phone will be your identity and scan with near field communication with that. So I'm stress testing to see which option will be the best for handling 47,000 tickets in a second.
Makes sense. And how is it going so far?
It's going okay. I'm mainly doing the intercom instead of stress testing.
Right, right.
Looks like right now there's a lift that Trump from the White House. We can streamline that.
I didn't hear what you said.
Mm? Yeah, right now happening is a live stream with Trump from the White House. Right now.
Oh, yeah?
Just started.
Oh, okay.
7 minutes ago.
I made a meme about it this morning with him shaking hands with the Brazilian president. Probably not that funny of a meme, though.
Let's talk about adoption or something. I don't know. Just get out of the coronavirus topic. It's just everywhere, and there's too much panic around it. So, yeah. That's actually how are you doing? I think you're in here for like the whole day since the very early morning, right? So it's like over 10 hours?
Yeah, I've been around since like 9 a.m. here, 9:30. So 11 hours.
You're killing it. That's actually an awesome thing that you've done. Like, very big praise for this. I think this is very awesome. And I'm happy that we're actually at least trying to do some VR conferencing. That's great.
Yeah, thank you very much. It wouldn't be possible without moderators for sure. Even without the actual moderating powers.
We're definitely doing it again. Please don't cry.
Yeah, just need to not do it in 10 days next time.
Yeah, so I met one girl. Yeah, go. I don't know. Continue.
Are you going to subscribe to the proof of error algorithm?
What?
That Hamad just the proof of hair algorithm that Hamad just created.
And he's the third one.
If you don't know, he shaved his head.
If I ever do dreads and then I will have to cut it, I think that I would go with something like this. I didn't promise though, but if it happens, I will do it like this.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of like the locks for love, right? Cut off your hair for donation.
Yeah, my hair is just too short to donate it, so not yet. And too pink also, I guess. I'm thinking like for online conference, if we were to do something more like webinary, you just get couple speakers and then you just throw a webinar. This should be easy to do in 10 days. But in terms of cooperation and figuring out the VR space, yeah, that was pretty complicated, I guess. If I can help you support somehow next time, just call me. I'm very interested. I love conferences.
Yeah, thank you. That will be great. Yeah, I didn't expect to have so many speakers. It was supposed to be a lot smaller.
Yeah, I would say generally in Ethereum space, most of the people are interested in doing something like more than being made to do something. So usually you have a lot of speakers. And I would say it will be nicer to go and do something like panels or discussions. So you have a bunch of people and do a panel and make them talk to each other, and then it just goes and goes and goes. If you don't know what to do, do a panel.
Yeah, we should probably do a panel next time. A few panels.
Mm-hmm. Other question though, why did you decide to do like several JITCs but only 2 threads?
Yeah, I don't really have an answer to that.
That's a good one.
Originally, because originally there was supposed to be like the House of Defiance starts at 10, and then the next house starts at like when the House of Defiance is half, and so they don't fully overlap. It's like staircase, but in the end I realized I can't group people by the houses because time zones are more important. Obviously, I just didn't think that before, and so then I just made it 2 tracks.
Gotcha. But it actually helps if you have a discussion in one room going, you can just switch to another room and continue new talk there, and whoever wants to go there can go there.
Yeah.
It would be fun to do some kind of brainstorm thread or like breakout rooms as just my thought going straight. So you can, if you have a talk, you can somehow cooperate around the talk that's going on. So technically at the conference, most of the people usually do not really listen to talks, but they go around and chill. So we need this whole space. So they can not just sit and listen silently, but be like, okay, I find this boring. How can I silently go and chill somewhere? But on the call, it's like you see, she left. So she's not interested. But yeah, I wonder how can you technically build it like within Zoom or something so that people can jump into several layers of discussions at the same time. That would be nice.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, right now I'm in
Yeah,
all of the
one-
channels myself. Into them.
One of the propositions for this was actually there are several networking applications. So for instance, if you have, I don't know, 200 people registered for a webinar, you still onboard everyone into some kind of networking application where this 200 people are in there. So you can do like peer-to-peer chats like during the talks technically. And you can find people that are interesting to you and so on and so on. From another perspective, we have Telegram and Discord and all the things that you can use, but still nobody does that much.
Jitsi actually does have PM messages. I've used it to send people stuff. Hey, your mic's open, that kind of stuff.
I think it's just a matter of like incentivizing the behavior. Like Bright ID came and be like, now you can use this application and scan each other QR codes, and everybody be like, yay, let's download an application and scan each other QR codes. So you need someone to be like, okay, we have this application where you can chat with people during the talk, and you'll be like, yay, Telegram, or something like this. Just another layer, just add another layer to it, and it should work.
Right, the Bright ID. Did you see that talk?
Yeah, I was during that. Yeah, I had my phone in another room, so I just can't do it right now without logistical issue of transferring my laptop to another room.
Yeah, I'm lucky. I got 3 computers open.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go and actually have some breakfast, and hopefully get back here later or just listen to what's going on around. Yeah, so have fun, guys. I honestly tried to preserve some communication going, but I think Beth is super tired. And when you're doing your work thing, other people, I don't know what you're doing here. So, okay. Have fun.
Yeah, thank you. You too.
All right,
Yeah,
thank you.
Beth, yeah, I'm like gone for lunch for an hour, and then I'm available for 2 more hours. If you need any backup, just loop me in. So, see you around.
Yep. I'm going to go check out the ending of the other talk.
Is this the chill zone?
Yeah, we're chilling.
We be chilling. Reminds me of Burning Man. We had a chill dome, and it was the only air conditioned spot on the desert. So you'd go lay in there and just like sit under the air conditioner for a while if you were like dying of heat or exhaustion. Are you Penguin? What's up, man?
Yeah, Penguin.
Nice to meet you. Nice to screen.
Nice to meet you. Yeah.
I know, right?
That's how we do it these days.
It's good though. You start here. It's like dating, you know. You start to get someone, know someone online, and then you're like meet them in person one day.
Yeah, my work just did full work from home.
It seems to be the way that everyone's going. Even the school children are going to be learn from home anymore. So it's good. I feel like.
Yeah. I wanted to post the Joe Rogan talk, but I try not to be negative in such a positive environment where we're trying.
I actually listened to that one you posted with Melissa Chen. I thought that was really interesting. I like Joe Rogan a lot. I haven't had a lot of time for podcasts recently, but I like his stuff. He's a good guy. He can be a little bit opinionated sometimes, but he puts good information out there. And I know his heart's in the right place. That's all that really matters.
Yeah, if you listen to the coronavirus one that he's got like infectious disease expert that pretty much lays it all out. Best that I've heard. Doesn't
Okay,
have any
yeah.
news spin or
It's
anything.
more what we
like
need.
that,
We
so
need
it's
more objective
pretty good.
analysis and less speculation hype.
The problem is it's even
I'm
scarier
sure.
than
Yeah.
what they're
Oh,
telling
no.
you.
Just the amount of people, like, this is such a small community if you think about it. Obviously, we travel a lot, but the amount of people that have been hit already is, like, kind of scary. It's like, whoa. You know, like, we know people, we're having meetings with people. So, yeah, hunkering down.
Yeah, one of my friends is actually one of the models that got hit in that first wave, and she's pretty big. She's got like 20,000 followers and stuff like that. All of her social media was just gone the next day, like just silence. And I told everyone, and then probably about 2 weeks later is when all the info started to come out. But she said, I got I'm gonna be quarantined for 2 weeks, COVID-19 positive. What do you think I should do? And literally that night, everything was just gone.
And what was her reason for shutting down her stuff? Just she's in.
She didn't say any reason about her shutting down her stuff. I don't know. It's kind of like speculation of if they silenced her or what, because it was so early. None of us knew, but all of the friends were like, "Yo, is Charlotte Charlotte positive?
Oh,
She was
yeah.
just in Italy," and her videos were like of the fashion show.
Yeah, I totally understand that.
So,
Cool. Well, I think Barada wants to come in here and talk about DAOs a little bit, so we might as well do it. DAO it.
Yeah, we've got the talk. It's supposed to be at 9. The crypto graffiti.
So one
That's in
starts in 10 minutes.
but
Okay,
yeah.
let me see if we have another slot then, because
Yeah.
potentially we should move it back.
But yeah, Illegal Alien. I sent a message for him. I'm not sure if he's around. I don't see him
I'm
in
just
the chat
messaging
yet,
him
so.
in our ops.
But yeah, I know when I saw the things, I saw a CET and I didn't look at the UTC time. I was like, oh yeah, I could be there at like 5:30. This is like daytime for me though.
That makes
I live in
sense.
California.
Yeah. Yeah, we got to get used to all these time zones.
So,
yeah.
So what do you think about those arts? I mean, are they good? No one really says anything. Are they shit? I don't care. You're not gonna hurt my feelings.
No, I like them. They're good. They're fun. They're like I think the cool thing is like if it was digiphysical, like you could buy it and then you could make it physical, like print them and collect them. Like what are those little bobbleheads they have? That'd be really cool.
Yeah. Did you see? I made voxels for them. I was gonna basically start making some assets for.
Oh
our
yeah, that'd
lands
be
and
really cool.
sandbox
So
or
like
whatever.
our avatar, this could be our avatars. Yeah.
Yeah. So and if you notice, I left them empty so that we could have whatever character the person's gonna be, and you can put them in these robes or these class costumes that are not gonna be as tied to
Yeah,
what
I think
the
that's
body
cool
looks
then.
like.
Yeah, definitely. I think the context was missing perhaps for people, like on where they might live or go. But like, if you like making that kind of stuff, then you should absolutely, and we can find a place for it to live for sure. Because the idea is to have embassies in all these virtual
Yeah, I'm a
lands,
programmer.
right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a programmer, so I'm just doing this shit because it's like, oh, cool, I get to make some stuff, and maybe I'll play around. And yeah. My wife is the one that drew the actual characters, but kind of putting what you said together is like, where are these things gonna live? It's like even the character, it's like, is it gonna live as like the character sheets like Metacartel does, and it's not something we actually interact
in
with?
my
and it's
thought
like
process,
onboarding
there's
funnel?
definitely like at
Where-
least 3 places they can live. I mean, there's character profiles on 3 blocks.
Is it gonna live as like the
we
character
got a
sheets like
repeating.
Metacartel does, and it's not something we actually interact
in
with?
my
and it's
thought
like
process,
onboarding
there's
funnel?
definitely like at least 3 places they can live. I mean, there's character profiles on 3 blocks.
Is it gonna live as like
Oh, can you mute yourself? Just mute yourself.
Well, in my thought process, there's definitely like at least 3 places they can live. I mean, there's
There we go. That was awful. I think it was just a little bit of feedback.
I turned his volume all the way
Nice.
down. It's another person.
Nice.
So it looks like his mic is still open, so everyone else probably still hears nothing.
Oh, really?
Terrible news.
I
He's going
can't
from
hear it though, so
there's
I can't hear it. If I can't hear it, then we should be good.
Yeah, it's all good for me too.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Also,
yeah, I was thinking there's at least 3 places this could live. One is on the character profiles inside the metagame. 2 is actually on like metagame. We have like physical metagame player cards, like business cards. So you could put them on there. And then, of course, in all of the metaverse spaces, like all of the VR spaces, we could take our roles or our avatars there as well. So
yeah, it's what kind of we go. So we've got at least a place that someone would be like, oh, well, in Sandbox, here's my meta game clothes.
For sure.
I don't know.
Who's modding this room anyway?
That's me.
Oh, sweet. Cool. Is the speaker here for the next talk?
I'm not sure. I've been trying to get Illegal Alien. I don't
So this
see
is
anything
Illegal
yet.
Aliens talk.
Yeah. Crypto Graffiti starting in 6 minutes.
See if I can get a hold of it.
So is this pretty much just like an open floor for the next 30 minutes then, unless someone kind of drops in?
I think that's going to be the case. If Illegal Alien doesn't show up, let's say like 5 after, we'll make it an open floor, so we don't just burn it.
Cool.
Yeah, that's kind of what we did for the last talk. So yeah, that sounds good. I'll turn it over to Barada.
That's Barada, right? That just spoke.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I say we wait let's just wait right until 4 o'clock. If you don't hear anything, it's all you, okay? Or not 4 o'clock, whatever time your time is.
Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to him on Twitter too, see if that gets any response.
You must be in one of those sleepy zones.
Yeah, and if they show up too, we can just, switch over to whatever their talk is. Because I was just thinking we could talk about DAOs in general. But yeah, if they show up, we'll just do that.
That sounds good.
Yeah, so they haven't seen my messages yet, so yeah. Yeah, I'll be right back and go grab a drink.
Sounds good. You should start soon. I keep forgetting. Sorry. Okay. Well, I guess, do we want to just start talking about stuff?
Yeah, I think that's great. I think we've given them enough time and enough opportunity. Brought up, you're ready. Please take it away.
Cool. Yeah. So essentially, the impromptu talk of the hour or the half hour is awesome DAOs exploring the awesomeness of DAOs. So essentially, DAOs are cool. Lots of people like them, and it'd be great to talk about like why DAOs are cool, especially the unique ways, and more importantly, the ways DAOs are not so awesome and how we can make them more awesome. So it seems to me like from just talking to people a lot, the idea of a DAO is really cool, but actually like building one, deploying one, onboarding people to it is confusing. So that might be one aspect we could explore, but really the floor is open to discuss anything related to how to make DAOs more awesome.
Yeah, so I think the onboarding a little bit is pretty easy. I think getting people to subscribe to it and actually feel like they're part of it and get something out of it, that's probably the most challenging part of it. But I think getting people on board and wanting to help out is probably a lot easier than the
Okay.
former.
So what do you think is the biggest challenge in getting people to engage and like, keep actually like using the DAO to do real stuff that actually is awesome?
Sure. Yeah, basically, when you get people in, like, you need to make them feel like what they're doing is going to be useful. You need to be able to get useful people, and I think us working together and making stuff happen is probably the best way
So more
to engage
opportunities
people.
to collaborate and more opportunities to actually like engage rather than just saying we have a DAO, saying we have a DAO and here's how you can join, here's how you can do stuff, here's our mission, our goals, that type of stuff.
Yeah, because everyone wants to be part of something, that, give me my seats,
yeah.
I'm now part of it, But it doesn't matter if you're not doing anything. Like, even if you are doing stuff, and unless it's being used or that the organization is progressing. Like, even like with our daily interactions, we see all the stuff that we're doing, but I'd say unless you're part of that, you don't see any
So
of
then
that
half
stuff,
of it would be actually having ways for people to engage and contribute. Then the other half is like telling people about all the awesome stuff that's happening, so people feel like there's growth and new things, and they understand. They're like in the loop, essentially.
Yeah, so I mean, like, the source cred stuff is amazing, especially like if it's more transparent that you use an octopus emoji, it's going to equal a C, or I don't know, it's something, or XP. If the XP is more tangible to people, and especially like the gamification of the entire thing. I think that's the best way for us to build engagement and kind of keep people subscribed and progressing and wanting to contribute is manipulate the gamification of it. The XP is great, but achievements, all this other stuff. But even the Gitcoin, I did the Gitcoin thing. That one was actually pretty challenging. I kept getting stuck on one of the questions, number 7, just because by the time it's so much time between it that your brain thinks about other things.
Actually, what was question 7 specifically? I don't remember that one. Do you know?
That one is like what? So that one is what the DAOs hope to bring. What? And it's the answers are: organizations will have better control over their properties. I don't know. So the answer, spoiler alert, is that remote villages will prosper.
I think the answer should have been DAOs are awesome. Seems like we need to update this quest.
Well, it was funny because I tried the other ones because I originally thought I tried the remote villages will prosper the very first one because it seemed like the right choice, and I guess my time expired or something. So then I kept having to go back to it and try different answers when I picked the right one the first time, but it expired.
Oh.
And so then I was like, "Oh my god, is it a trick question? Is it no answer?" Like, you know what I mean?
That would be a very metagame thing to do. Yeah, no, that's good.
Yeah. I was actually like, "Oh, this is genius. It's got to be no answer. None of these are the right answer."
Yeah, great. Okay, cool. Well, we'll work on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so like making it easier for people to engage, and then when they do, like making it easy for them to progress and see small, like bite-sized achievements and progress and all those things. So keeping people engaged, making it fun.
So do we have any ideas for like Discord bots and like how to have like feedback there in the system that interacts with stuff?
Yeah, so I think that Raid Guild or Hamad or someone's working on like an onboarding bot, so it'll make the onboarding process way more fun and way less confusing. And I think they're working on a Telegram bot too, so you can like engage with the bot to earn XP.
Yeah, the one. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you have any ideas, like that we can explore that too. I mean, what do you think would be a super cool bot?
So I actually run Discord bots for Ultima Online servers. It's one of the services that I run. So, nice. They've got like timers. They've got requests. What's the monster of the month? But there's like all this like direct interaction through Discord with the bot. And I think especially if we can integrate that in with some of the processes that we do. Like the seed sheet is obviously manual and not updated. I'm not sure what that is.
So so the seed sheet is totally like a relic at this point. The idea is to move everyone's seeds onto a DAO, so it's like on chain, and then to use this system called AraCred, which is like Aragon plus SourceCred, right? So it's a system that links the SourceCred scores onto the Aragon DAO. So that way it can be a lot more automatic, where people just have to, engage, earn XP, and then their seeds will be minted on chain for them like automatically.
Yeah, and I think that's another great place that the bot can help out, where you're like, give me the stats for this person, or even my own stats, where people can see right there.
Yeah, that'd be cool. So bot to get stats on people's XP, right? And maybe their badges and whatever.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, so I've got the frameworks to do a lot of that stuff, and I could probably work on that.
Yeah, that'd be super cool. We should create a quest for it if there isn't one already. And then you can like work on the quest, and then you'll earn XP from the quest. And then as people boost the quest or like the quest or whatever, then you'll get more XP. So yeah, let's do that. So right now quests are on the discourse forum. I don't know. Have you hung out there yet?
Yeah, and I've got I'm on the metagame forums, not the discourse forum. Discourse is also right?
What?
The discourse one is also not where we're going. Is that right?
Well, here, I'll just drop it into the chat. Forum.metagame. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's the one I use. The forum, not the discourse one.
Oh no, but it is a discourse forum. So there's Discord for the chat.
Forum, but there is a previous. There is a discourse.metagame also, right? Which is what we're moving away from.
No, I don't think we're moving away from anything. I think we're moving towards everything. Because there's the forum for like longer posts, like quests and things, and then there's the chats for just like chats. And both are integrated with SourceCred.
Two separate like posts and quests and everything. It's like duplicated. Where one of them, I'm pretty sure the forum does not match up with the discourse.
Well, there was an original one that was a beta, and then this is now the official one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like I said, I was talking about the beta one.
Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, we are definitely migrating away from the beta. Yes, correct. Right, good.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I was saying. No, not that one.
Okay, great. So we should create a quest for bots and things, and then we can build some bots. And as soon as the quests plugin is actually created, which Hamad's working on, then we can like make it an official quest. Sure. But until then, the process is just to kind of like sketch the stuff out, and then you get XP from the likes and things, and then
I made the introduce yourself thread, so I think I probably got the XP thing covered for life.
Yeah, that will help. Yeah, that is a great way to do it.
As soon as we were talking about hacking the system with cred score, and someone was like, "Well, I got a like from someone important." I was like, "Well, but I can get a lot of likes from people important."
Yeah. No, it's gonna be really interesting to see how the system evolves and to find out like where the cred flows go. Yeah. Is I guess with the source cred system, is there what do you think is like the biggest thing we should be thinking about as far as like kind of the incentive alignment around the source creds, XP, grain, seed market thing?
Yeah, so I took a look at the discourse stuff, and they actually have got a lot of tuning that you can do as well for how you get points for that. I don't know how discourse interfaces with source cred. I know that there's some interaction between that, right?
Yeah, so their current source cred's currently in the middle of like rewriting their algorithm to make it more efficient and to kind of change the way cred's minted. So more or less the same, but essentially like you get cred when people respond to your stuff or when they like your stuff,
Yeah.
and or when they link to your stuff. So if they respond, like, link,
Even
or
click your
whatever.
links. Yeah. There's all kinds of things.
Yeah.
But-
So right now, like, link clicking isn't enabled. Wiki editing is not enabled. There's a couple other things that aren't enabled yet. But yeah, for sure, the likes are the most important thing. I think is just like if someone likes your thing, that's going to flow lots more credit to you.
Yeah. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. See typing and chat every day, but nice to speak to you. I'm really like.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, likewise. Yeah, I rarely know who I'm talking to or what's going on, and I guess and since I'm just a piece of cheese, because no one really knows who I am. So yeah, it's very good to chat. Oh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. It says network problem on my side.
Oh, okay.
That is.
Yeah, I still hear you fine too. Yeah, it looks
Well,
like your
cool.
network thing turned red. So like it looks like your network's a little slow or something, but
Yeah, it's been weird all day. I mean, yeah. Okay, well, I'd say yeah. Let's like create a quest for like bots and stuff, and then yeah, I don't know. Unless is there anyone else in this channel who's like might have questions or things? No, are you there?
it looks like just us from looking at the names. Meta Dreamer is Ahmad, but he's probably in the other one.
Cool, awesome. All right, well, I'm gonna jump onto some things, but yeah, it's been awesome to jam and talk about ideas, and
Yeah, we'll start doing the quest. Get that up there.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, bots would be super cool. Oh, another thing too, actually, since you do a bunch of bots and things, I'd be really curious to talk to you about bots for like wallets or DAO engagement or just stuff like that in general. Like, where can I learn
Sure.
more about the bots you build and how those work?
Sure, yeah. I've never done anything like that. Most of my actual experience is still like Web 1.0 or 2.0. Like my main thing that I do aside from my day job is like telnet mud. You know, my mud's at 23 years, so MMO it's all text based.
Ah, okay, great, awesome.
But yeah, I'd love to
Cool.
get to
Well,
some of that stuff.
yeah. Well, I think the metagame bots would be a great place to start, and especially since metagame has a DAO, you know, it's like very, very natural integration to upgrade the bots to engage with the DAO and stuff. So,
Yeah. All right.
cool,
Well,
awesome.
talk to you
Well,
later.
I'll see you around on the metaverse, and I'm gonna catch up on some things before the next call here.
All right, sounds good. See you later. Bye.
Awesome. All right, bye.
Hey everyone, how's it going? So, a couple minutes we got Dan Elitzer. He's going to be presenting and talking about risk tokens and value capture in DeFi. So he should be here in just a minute.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yep, can hear you.
Okay, cool. So are we waiting? Do we just get started? I don't know what the deal is.
No, it's kind of open, so you can just start. You can
All
intro
right.
yourself and stuff.
Cool. Well, nice to meet everybody. My name is Dan Elitzer. I work at IDEO Collab Ventures, which is an early stage venture fund. We invest in mostly pre-seed and seed stage deals, entirely focused on crypto. And we're housed within IDEO, which is a global design firm. We've got about 700 people. They're the ones who popularized the concept of human-centered design and design thinking. And we kind of got into blockchain stuff about 5 years ago, which is how I joined. I was at MIT for grad school, started the MIT Bitcoin Club back in 2013, and have basically been pretty deep down the crypto rabbit hole ever since. And what I'm excited to, I guess, talk a little bit about today, and hopefully open up for discussion as well. I don't have a big prepared talk. It's an area that I've been focused on quite a lot recently, and wanted to basically bounce the ideas off a group of other smart people who I might not otherwise be talking to on a daily basis. So the idea is around value capture in DeFi. And this feels like a very strange day when I proposed this talk topic. I did not expect what happened yesterday, especially with regards to the maker ecosystem specifically. So to get started, what I wanted to do is kind of talk about different models for tokens from value capture, right? So if we look back to 2017, during the ICO craze, the dominant model that a lot of teams were pursuing was just related to having what was called a utility token. We'll have a specific token for our protocol or application. People will buy that token and use to pay for services from either other users or directly from the protocol in this token. It seemed pretty dumb. It has proved to largely be pretty dumb. There maybe are some edge cases where I can see it working, but really, it's a lot of that's about social contract. There's nothing that is creating any kind of like hard value capture within that. And plenty of very intelligent people have written about essentially velocity problems with that, especially as we're getting better dexes and more liquidity and the ability to just convert between tokens very quickly and very cheaply. It's come about. It just doesn't make sense to hold a specific token just to interact and make payments for a specific application. Fortunately, we have seen a lot of evolution since 2017. One of the models that I think was recognized pretty early on as making sense was the what I like to call the taxi medallion model. So looking at things like Augur, where holding this token gives you a right to perform certain work and earn fees that are not necessarily denominated in that token. They can be denominated in ETH or DAI or any asset really. And that made sense, right? You want to bound the number of people and who can stake to be able to participate in resolving disputes on Augur, because it's actually more secure to do it that way than have people just straight up stake ETH. So I do like those models. I do think they have a lot of application, but what we're starting to see now is a shift more towards some new models. And there are the primary model that we've seen kind of in action, I did not expect to see as much in action as it has been, is the maker model. And the maker model involves there being some fee charged, and then essentially there's interest. There's a spread between the rate that is being paid by the borrowers and the rate that's being received by the lenders. And in this case, it's kind of a bit of a head fuck. I think most people here are probably very aware, but the DAI holders, people who actually are like buying and using DAI, are actually the lenders in the maker system. The borrowers are those who are issuing DAI from their vaults in return for locking up their ETH. So it's an interesting two-sided market here. And then obviously the MKR holders are able to say, what should that spread between those two rates be? And we're gonna basically be able to capture that spread. And that I believe will be a similar model applied by Compound to some degree, right? They're going to be likely their kind of risk pool represents, I believe, about 10% of interest paid goes into this risk pool. I would fully expect, I don't have no insider information on this, but I would fully expect that through the governance process, once Compound tokens are out there, that the tokens will end up having a claim on that risk pool, at least under certain circumstances. And I want to contrast that with another model that's emerged in DeFi. If you look at things like Kyber or 0x, presumably Uniswap, if at some point they choose to integrate a token, the token exists as a way of taking a piece of every transaction fee that goes through. And while I think it is definitely possible that works, liquidity is very, very sticky. And if you don't believe that liquidity is sticky, you need to look no further than the continued existence of Tether. I believe there's now over 5 billion USDT in circulation. And that's because there's just so much liquidity in USDT-based trading pairs, particularly the BTC USDT trading pair, that there's so much demand for it. It's really hard to migrate that liquidity to another stable coin that might have sounder backing than what we are well aware Tether has. So liquidity is sticky. Perhaps if you charge a reasonable fee that is not too onerous, people are willing to pay that fee. However, my thesis here that I want to test, and I'm be excited if anybody pushes back on this, is that it's much more natural for the MKR and eventually Compound style model to accrue value. And the reason for that is that those are what I would like to call a risk token. So as we are now seeing on Wednesday, there's a situation now where the maker system has become under collateralized, and not as a whole, but there's I think about a 4 million DAI debt that needs to get repaid, and it's going to get repaid through inflating the MKR supply and auctioning that off. And I think this is a very, very powerful mechanism, because it is the MKR holders saying, we will be the ones who will backstop all loans, right? And so that provides more assurance to people who are making loans, so DAI holders through the compound system, because they can look at the MKR market cap and they can understand from that market cap that there is a lot of capital sitting there, people who believe in the system, who don't want it to fail, and that in the case where there is this kind of a failure mode, that the MKR holders will stand behind it, and the market cap becomes of the token becomes a competitive advantage for this protocol, right? If there were, I think maybe an easier way to reason about how that's powerful might be to look more at Compound, assuming they end up with a similar model as opposed to Maker. Imagine that you've got Compound, you've got other things like BZX or Aave or these other lending protocols that are coming up, and you end up in the situation where, sure, you might have better short-term rates on a given protocol, but if the protocol token is being used to backstop potential losses, that effectively adds up to an insurance pool, and that can be a very powerful competitive differentiator, right? Somebody coming in early on can subsidize rates on a pool as a way to encourage people to come in and either borrow or lend, but they're going to have real trouble competing with what I expect to be a pretty massive market cap once they launch the token. And so, if the compound token holders decide to use that token as a backstop for loans in the similar way to what MKR is doing, I believe that creates a very powerful moat for them, because none of those other protocols can easily compete with that in terms of the size of the potential insurance pool that is effectively being provided. And if you think about, I hate talking about efficient markets hypothesis because obvious reasons. But if you look at the purest form of efficient markets hypothesis, it's that you get paid for one thing and one thing only, and that is risk. And so in a situation where token holders are absorbing risk from some of the users of the protocol, there's absolutely the ability to then take fees for doing so, right? You're getting paid as a token holder to absorb that risk. If you contrast that with pure trading protocols like 0x, like Compound, 0x, Kyber, or Uniswap, right? There's no risk being absorbed by those token holders. There maybe there's incentives related to them around liquidity, but that's really just kind of time shifting rewards in effect, and getting people to bet on future growth. I think it's a lot easier to make a strong case for value capture around tokens, risk tokens that provide backstops for lending protocols, because they're necessary, they create a better moat, and there's a more natural reason why they should accrue value, because it's not purely rent seeking, right? They're actually, you're saying, hey, you want insurance? You're going to pay for insurance in this way, right? Everyone can feel more secure using this because there's that form of insurance in place. I'm not sure how that then interacts with things like Nexus Mutual and Open and some of these other ways to start acquiring insurance in DeFi, but I think there's definitely a place for protocols like that, and potentially a very, very big place for them. But I think we're going to see more and more anything that is lending based. I would expect to introduce token, and I would expect them to start using the MKR like dilution mechanism as a way of turning their market cap also into a moat, and a powerful incentive mechanism for people to use their liquidity pool as opposed to others. That's the topic I wanted to present, and love to get thoughts and feedback from anybody online.
Yeah, thanks for mentioning that or talking about that. Also, if anyone's watching too, please throw comments in YouTube, throw it in, the Jitsi chat or anything. if you don't have a mic to participate. No questions, or do you have any topics you might want to bring up for discussion other than that?
I mean, sure, I'm happy to talk about any topics you guys want. I'm curious, is anybody here planning to participate in the MKR auction on Wednesday? Or would anybody in here consider doing so if there were an easy way to do so?
I think definitely I would if there was an easy way of doing so. I mean, we all saw, I don't know if it's the same thing, but the auctions yesterday that went off for zero DAI. So I think everyone's kind of a little interested in these auctions, but how do you even begin to partake in these types of auctions?
Yeah, although actually I was specifically referring to the MKR auction. So that it is an auction, but it's a different type, right?
Okay.
So that was auction. Those were auctions in terms of liquidating CDP collateral. This is going to be an auction around. There's something like 4 million, but a 4 million DAI deficit, and so there will be auctions of MKR in, I believe, 50,000 DAI increments on Wednesday, and so there'll be opportunity to bid. How many you're offer 50K DAI, and the bidding is in terms of how much MKR you're willing to receive, what's the minimum essentially number of MKR that you'd be willing to receive for your 50,000 DAI, and that will that auction will repeat in 50K DAI increments until the full 4 million or so DAI is repaid. So the expectation, I think, if someone did the math, and I think that if you end up doing that all at like 200 DAI per MKR, then that effectively wipes out all of the MKR burn that's happened to date and gets us back to the original supply, which would be a really interesting outcome to effectively have like a reset on that front. Yeah, so I'm, for what's worth, Brendan Forrester from Dharma has been leading, putting together this community effort. I think Ryan, RSA, Ryan John Adams has tweeted about it. There's like a public Google Doc. You can add your name and organization if you're interested in participating. You've got some brilliant engineers who are getting together and figuring out how to do this in a DAO type structure. So basically, if you're willing to commit DAI to be used to buy MKR to ensure that this auction is successful, you can check out that doc, do your diligence. I'm personally putting in about 1,000 DAI to support this effort, and very excited to see how it evolves.
So is there potential then for this to go like very south? For example, say, they're auctioning and people are bidding, but they're not bidding high enough. So the amount of maker they have to mint is like very high, and it might even exceed what we've burnt to date.
I believe that is a possibility. I think there might be some kind of floor set. If this all doesn't work, then what's being discussed, I believe, is using the emergency shutdown switch. I think it's pretty unlikely that it's going to happen. It's a possibility, but I think it's really cool what Brennan's been spearheading in terms of like rallying the community, saying like, look, we believe that the maker system works and will continue to function, and we're committing publicly to play this critical role in ensuring that there is a backstop. At the same time, Paradigm, which is a large, well, I was to say it was like a multi-$100 million venture fund after yesterday. Who knows what that number is, but they and Dragonfly had taken a big position in MKR a few months back, and Charlie Noyes there, I think, led them in the declaration that they would provide, I believe, a minimum $5 million backstop to participate in the auction. So I don't know what price that is, what price they want to do it. I believe based on the numbers that were put out there publicly, they had bought in their initial tranche, I want to say around like 475, 500, something like that. So regardless, they're like, sounds like they'll probably be lowering their cost basis. It'll be interesting knowing that they're there. I mean, I think I would assume that they can get in something like, you know, in the 200 to 300 range. They'd probably be pretty excited if they, you know, have the confidence that they're willing to participate in the auction. So I wouldn't expect it to drop below that. I don't think we're going to see significant additional cratering. But again, do your own research, not financial advice. I think it's fascinating. It's awesome to see that the system thus far has survived, even though there have been things not functioning how we'd like. It's really cool to see this testing happening live. And, you know, frankly, I'm, you know, we're long MKR as a fund. And I think that the MKR system is supposed to be much, much bigger. And I'm glad that we are stress testing it now. I wish it were not under such crazy circumstances, but it's awesome to see these features getting put to the test, so that to the extent there are any problems, we figure it out now. You know, when there's 100 million something DAI in circulation, and not potentially in the future when there's like, you know, billions of DAI in circulation. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I'm actually curious to see how this all goes out. I know you said like if something was to go really south, there's the potential for the emergency shutdown. And if that were to happen, I think that'd be a pretty big deal for MakerDAO. I mean, you would lose a lot of reputation. Think of all the people that have, you know, vaults open, right? And they might, sure, they'll have, you know, get what they're owed, but they could lose the amount of ether they're holding or want to hold for the future. So they might kind of hold it, you know, against MakerDAO. And it could create a, you know, a lot of chaos. So.
Oh yeah, I think that's absolutely the case. I mean, if you look at what has happened in terms of like the zero DAI auctions for the ETH collateral, like some people have gotten wiped out. It's like, it's pretty bad. I feel sorry for them. Actually, I've got a couple like very, very small vaults, like sub $100 vaults that I haven't even like checked on to see if they got liquidated. Yeah, I think it's gonna, those people are still out of luck. Like this doesn't help them, which sucks. And another reason to be glad that this happened at a relatively small scale. But yeah, I think, I mean, it would be interesting if my understanding from the governance call yesterday was that there was not any appetite on behalf of MKR holders to like compensate those vault owners. I am actually a little surprised I didn't hear any more buzz around that, because it seems like the system did not function as expected. I mean, maybe it functioned as expected, but there's network factors like the high congestion and high gas prices and stuff that may have helped cause that. Who knows? Somebody knows. I have not followed closely enough to understand exactly what enabled that to happen. But yeah, it would be, in my view, better if it was like, yeah, we're standing behind those folks as well. Even though this is standing behind the system as a whole, it's not standing behind individual vault holders who got screwed.
Real quick, we got about 8 minutes left. I do want to mention too, yesterday during the chaos, there was the time where the price oracles or price feeds, they didn't update for longer than they should have. So, you know, people were able to exit their vaults, even though they maybe weren't supposed to be able to and stuff. So was that all, you know, did that come down to the actual gas fees and stuff as far as the price fee not updating right away? Or what was the reasoning?
I think that's my understanding, is that yeah, it wasn't obtained because like the oracle wasn't paying enough gas, and so it wasn't making it on chain. Yeah, I've not confirmed that to the point that comes in like that was the cause, but that was my initial understanding, and it seems plausible.
All right, cool. Well, I'm not seeing any questions or anything anywhere, so hopefully we can end it there. Thank you so much, though, for sharing.
Absolutely. Thanks for hosting this, guys. This is a really cool event. I think we'll be seeing more like this for the next little bit, and hopefully this community can keep growing.
Yeah. So up next we got Mintbase. We got, let me see here, Carolyn and Nate, who are going to be presenting. It's NFT ticketing with Mintbase, DappCon Berlin, 100% NFT tickets with Mintbase.
Sweet. Yeah, can you guys hear us?
Yep.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna take over the screen. Hopefully this works really easily. Well, really quick, I'll just do like I guess we have 30 minutes, so that I'll just kind of show you a quick overview of what we've built, why ticketing makes sense, and then have it more as like a conversation with everybody, or as are people usually just having the conversation throughout?
It's whatever, really. It's up to you guys how you want to do it. There hasn't been a whole lot of
Cool.
organic discussions, so.
Makes sense. Okay, so this is Mintbase. So is anybody familiar with Mintbase, or has anyone on this call minted with Mintbase before? Nope. All right. So the main theory is that, what's that?
I said I think I used you guys
Yeah.
before.
Cool. So you guys can see the screen. That's good. So basically our main point is we want these NFTs to live on all the wallets, and ticketing just sort of makes sense. So we ended up doing the MetaCartel demo day. We released our product in June of last year. And so the first go-to was with Peter and MetaCartel and doing 100% tickets as NFTs at his event. So every single one of these humans has an NFT ticket. And we can come into Etherscan and we can see that there are 230 unique holders, which was a pretty amazing process. The real crazy thing is I thought the night before there'd be 100 people asking me how to do X, Y, and Z, but the fluidity of it was actually pretty easy. So just kind of going into what the product looks like. So you have your little dashboard. We make it really easy to stack all these NFTs on top of each other with your own bit. So there's 14 of these, 82 of these. If we go into our little minter, so each one of these are your own unique deployed smart contract. So if I go into NFT NYC was the second big ticketing event that we did. What was unique about that is they wanted their tickets to be embedded into their site. So let's see if it's still up on their site. So what you're actually able to do, just like you can embed a YouTube video into your site, you can actually embed your mints. So if we come in here and go register now, we can do your traditional Eventbrite ticket, or you can actually have your Mintbase mints. So we're still on their website. Just doing a quick ping. Everyone can still see all this stuff, right?
Yes.
Cool. So this is neat because we're the ones who handle the whole interaction with MetaMask or with whatever wallet you've got. And so to actually show how that works, the buy process on mobile, let's go into our keynote. Let's go into presentation mode. So here's how to actually buy the item. We were pretty focused on mobile. So what you're about to see is someone going into Telegram, open a link. We're not connected to an Ethereum node. And so if we click buy now, you get an option between Fortmatic, Coinbase, or Trust. If we click Coinbase, we deep link you into the dApp browser. And within 3 clicks, you're buying the ticket. So everyone always complains about how difficult crypto payments is. I'd argue this is way easier than the normal buying process where you put in your credit card, your first name, your last name, your security number, which if anybody gets that info, then anyone can basically duplicate that. So the real fun part is actually the redeeming process. I don't think I've set up my system so that it would work really well. But the way we're doing the redeeming is kind of the interesting part. I should have set that up. Let's go. If anybody's interested in the redeeming, I can show you guys that later. But essentially, use Wallet Connect to tap into the system. So let's see. Yeah, so every store gets their own little redeemer button. You can mint your tokens through our nice little handy dandy minting system. You basically just come in here. You maybe want to have a week pass on the BVG Berlin system. Pass does things. We can add the dates that it should exist to. We can add maybe it's in Berlin. Bunch of bits more. But what's really neat is that everything we do is really, really asynchronous. So if we go and we do the confirm, we just told the blockchain to go do something. So I can do other stuff right now. I can say mint token, I can transfer a token. But as soon as that confirms, without touching anything, we're going to see the mint pop up after it goes. See, there it is. So I didn't touch anything. So that buy process, or anytime we interact with the blockchain, what we're actually doing is we send a message directly to the blockchain and send it through your wallet. But in reality, we're actually running everything off of the graph. So our entire interface runs off of this thing. So that's pretty neat because anyone else can hook into, we're not using WebSockets, we're doing everything through this polling. So our entire interface runs off of this one query endpoint. So when you go and you create your own contract, you yourself can say, okay, here's my NFT NYC. If they don't want to trust us with all the numbers, they can basically come into here and say, okay, I'll build my own reporting system. And you just get simple information like the token state, whether it's been bought, sold, or transferred, the price of it, how many exist, so on. So, I mean, we do have time. I might as well show it. You guys still with me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. On a show of hands, you guys want to see the redeemer? It'll take me like 2 seconds to set that up.
Yeah, we got 30 minutes, so we started you a little bit early.
All
so
right. Cool.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna set it up. You guys can go ahead and fire some questions while we're doing this.
Again.
That is
That is
because
your
my
phone.
phone is hooking up to that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If I go
Previously, it was someone AFK.
that. Let's
So who
see.
started up Mintbase? Like, who was the original? Had the kind of starting idea.
That was me. So our team is just us two still. New movie recording.
So Nate was in Prague and he won the DEF CON for Hackathon back in 2018. That was like the original idea of Mintbase. And then he came to Berlin and worked out of Full Node. And this is where we two met each other, like at a blockchain event. And yeah, since like 1.5 years, you have been working on Mintbase.
Yeah. Let's go into here. Come on, work. Go. Well, just believe me that it works. So I think it's a reverb thing when we're trying to hook in a camera phone to the screen process. But what I can do is let's go into Mintbase, markets. So these are all the markets. We have a lot of them. So each one is their own individual smart contract created by our users. So if we want the extremely wide view, we can come into here and it's 380 stores. What's neat about that is if we go into the graph, all of our information is available to anybody. So this link is open to you guys too. If you press play, all this information stored on IPFS. You can see a total of 381 unique stores have been created. These are smart contracts that have been deployed by our users. So over 25,000 tokens have been minted, and we've had over 43.9 ETH run through our system. This is all since November, so we're kind of cooking. But the big news is that we're doing 100% of the ticketing for DappCon. And why I think this is really big for our space is because, so if we go in here and we click tickets, you can have this little buy-in crypto. Soon at the end of the month, we're working on a fiat integration with Stripe. So that'll be available quite soon. As soon as the fiat happens, might as well just show you guys this. It's probably some top secret information. No, I won't. Anyways, everyone's going to have an NFT at the end of the day. But if we go buy in crypto, you can come in here and you can see there's 5 available and you can purchase the ticket.
And just on a note, they're super cheap right now, the tickets. So if you guys want to get them while ETH is down,
yeah,
go for it.
142 versus the 300 point. So what's going to be interesting about at this point is then we're going to start doing invoicing and a few other key benefits. So let's go. Go ahead.
So we want to involve as many like other companies, blockchain companies as possible. So we are hyper focused on interoperability. So those tickets should live on any wallet, on any ERC 721 compatible wallet. So we're really excited to like see how it works in action. What we're also going to do for DappCon is a voting mechanism. So every token holder has a right to vote on certain things. So that will also be fascinating to see that interplay. So we want to not only have the ticket at DappCon as a ticket, but the ticket is more, it's interoperable, it unlocks other assets. So if anyone has some idea how else we can make this NFT valuable, just like let us know, like if you want to get involved.
I'm going to stop the screen share. Yeah, so part of the ideas that we're pitching are to have 3-box integration and have people opt in to actually want to show their profiles, get thrown around the DappCon, being able to see as people get checked in, what Twitter links happen. It'd be interesting to hear your guys' idea. So what's so fascinating about this is now we have one key center point of everybody attending a conference to interact with. So this is a pretty neat experimentation opportunity for all of us to say, okay, hey, you have a verified contract that is DappCon. Anybody can hook up to it. The ABI is open. Anybody can run their own Ethers.js link and do the buying and selling and switching on their own side without interacting with Mintbase. I'm kind of curious to get your guys' kind of input. Anyone? We can open it up to a discussion here.
I mean, I've got something, but it's kind of unrelated. Just for you guys, a quick question. So, what kind of like made you, get into the NFT thing, or think, start up Mintbase? Like, what kind of led you to doing that? Where did you see the value in starting Mintbase?
Definitely. So my background is I worked with Nike, and RGA is a big ad agency. They stuck me on Nike ID, and the code base was horrendous. This project's been around since 1998, I think. It was built in Flash first, then they wrote it all in jQuery. When I adopted it, everything was just basically a massive global nightmare. So you couldn't really develop on it properly. So this is when I was pretty deep into Angular, and I was starting to push it to do Angular 1, and then React just barely came out. And so my big thing is I got them to overhaul that sucker all in React when it was still in beta. And then I ended up working at a company called Bumped, where basically you swipe your debit or credit card at Starbucks and you get fractional shares of publicly traded stock as a reward. So buy a cup of coffee, at the end of the week, we'll give you 0.0021 shares of Starbucks stock. pay your electric bill, pay something on Amazon, and essentially we can give you fractional shares as a reward. So kind of the system that we're building is a mush between these two ideas. It's being able to do something highly complicated in a nice visual way, and then also interacting with the settlement layer. I was in charge of actually making the partnerships with Apex Clearing. They're the ones that basically Robinhood started with. They pioneered fractional shares, and I just saw how disgusting that whole process actually is. The way the technology runs, because we interacted with all of it. We interacted with Plaid, which interacts with several different banks to try and aggregate the data, and then we interacted with Apex Clearing, which interacted with Silex. Silex interacted with the exchanges directly, which then interacted with Apex back from our commands, and then Apex then communicated with several other companies behind the scenes, moving basically CSV files around. So it was just nuts. And then this glorious thing in blockchain where you can directly communicate with the settlement layer was like, that's it. I mean, I had been in the blockchain space. I bought my first Bitcoin, I think 2014. So I had been like listening to the space for quite a while and definitely invested in Ether in a good spot. But it wasn't until I worked for this bumped that I really realized I need to jump in and build this. So the original idea was actually at the hackathon, and I actually got it working, is to use Plaid, which is like what you hook your bank account with, and then it basically gives you all this aggregated data of like your store location, the when was it purchased, and so on. And the original idea was like, okay, let's have a merchant like a Starbucks mint a couple tokens. And if someone links their debit or credit card to their ETH account, then basically if they spend a certain amount of real fiat money, then automatically allocate the NFT to that user account. And so that was the original idea. And then, yeah, there's the beautiful hackathon win. It was a glorious day. Let's go back to here. So yeah, it's evolved over time. So I think that I didn't realize how difficult it is to interact with the blockchain. I was writing my own ETH event listeners. Things were constantly breaking. I had this very complicated, binding to your bank account. I couldn't figure out how to convince people to actually link up their bank account, because that just kind of goes against a lot of the cryptocurrency mentality. So I just stripped it down to be as simple as possible, just basic minter, and just nail the token management was kind of the focus. And especially when I learned about the graph, that's what really helped me as the one developer build this application out, because it just offloaded all of that really complicated indexing process.
And also, like last year, the MetaClan demo day we did was like the first NFT only ticketing event. So this really like got us into ticketing, and we did our system is like very well geared toward ticketing. And that is what we are so excited about now. There's no ticketing software for virtual conferences. So we are now starting to look into what can we do with virtual conferences, because obviously you can't just use Eventbrite or Ticketmaster, because how could you check in virtually?
Yeah, and everyone doesn't need to be logging into everybody's system around the world, and just give me a token and then that allows me to view certain bits of content. That seems like a much more fluid solution. So, I mean, we can already build it the way it is now, especially with everything being a verified contract. Anyone can go ahead and interact with our tokens via code directly. We just need to write a ton of docs to do it, but we're only 2 humans doing it. So yeah. We're getting there.
So as far as the future of Mintbase, would you say a lot of it's going to be into this NFT ticketing? Is that kind of where you guys are, the next step?
What I'm really excited about with DappCon is I got into this knowing that interoperability is the future. I think Web 2.0 has figured out how to fake that to some extent. I think the So I come from that asset land, right? When we think of what is a digital asset, people might think, oh, owning a share of stock is a digital asset. But in reality, if you look at the definition of an asset, it's anything that's tangible or intangible that can be owned or controlled. As soon as you use that word controlled, then you sort of lose the Facebook stock theory, because you're not really in control of that stock. You're interacting with a broker dealer like Robinhood, and Robinhood interacts with a clearing firm, or used to. They're their own clearing firm at this point. You can't just hold it on whatever wallet you want, and you can't move it around. So we're becoming a ticketing company because it seems like it's the very best way to demonstrate kind of, I think, this big power of what an NFT kind of gives us. Amazon, right? They built several different, I mean, you do all sorts of stuff on Amazon. Their big go-to-market strategy was, okay, let's come up with 20 different products. The number one product was books, because books just made the most sense for Amazon. They're lightweight, they're long shelf life, you can bang them up. It just made sense. We love tickets because it's a really great way to kind of demonstrate, hey, here's a transcendence between the digital and the physical world.
And also people get tickets. Like we are trying to break out of this blockchain bubble as well a bit. And we have this one festival in Berlin we are working together with. It's a techno festival. It's called Wilde Möhre. And people get it. Like it's a completely non-blockchain focused conference. It's techno. So, and they are doing the tickets with us as well. So this is beautiful to like also get normal people to like learn about crypto and stuff.
Yep.
So yeah, to answer your question, our direction is definitely ticketing for the next few months, but we also are like the easiest tool, I think, out there to create the NFTs. So right now, like the majority of our users are crypto artists and also like promoters. But like it's fascinating how crypto artists they are really like early adopters, like people who sell their art, and they didn't have anything to do with blockchain before getting into NFT art. So that's what we've heard from most artists. And they are like really like creating assets on our platform, selling art, and it's really cool to see like a really different group getting into NFTs.
Yep.
And so, what would you guys say, just like along the way, has been kind of your biggest challenges getting, established as Mintbase and kind of building up Mintbase?
Technology. I think we're starting to raise funds, so we're going through that process. That's another massive challenge. But I think we're pretty much defining. So, like in Web 2.0, people have sort of figured out Web 2.0. We have cloud services. I think 3 people can do what 20 people could have done 10 years ago. The one thing I've learned a lot about is that I didn't really truly understand blockchain until I got my hands on the code. So it's been kind of the struggle too with some of the VCs. Is everyone thinks that, oh, anybody can just create a blockchain company, or anybody, as long as you have the proper idea, anybody can execute. But my point is, I think like early on of the web, in order to create a successful company, you had to be an engineer. Like Facebook, Google, all of these companies were full-on engineers who had successful companies. MySpace, not so much. I think they had a team of marketing groups, and they kind of didn't really deliver. I think now we live in a day where, brilliant people who aren't coders can build a Web 2.0 company just fine. I think blockchain, we're back into that space again, where you have to like understand the code to be making a lot of these like decisions, and it's taking a year to really kind of understand how to build an application that actually works properly.
Cool.
if anybody on here actually wants to take over and create a token themselves, that would be like the most insane demo in the world. Not having me meant something. I'll send them ETH.
Yeah, I'm down. I'll do it.
All right, take over the screen and send me your ETH address, and I'll send you ETH back, however much it costs. I think gas isn't too insane right now. Take it over. We gotta visually see your screen though.
One moment. Sorry about that.
I'm an impatient human. Sweet. Oh, you're doing it. All right,
Oh, wow.
cool. So wait. Can you log out real quick?
Yep.
Log out. Okay, do a quick refresh. We just switched to server-side rendering this week too, so it's been fun. All right, minting. MetaMask. Okay, create store. Oh, you've already got a store created?
Yeah. Yeah. Is that bad for the demo? I take it.
Yeah, I want to see it from the beginning. Anyone else want to? Did you already do that prior? Or?
Yeah, I did. I can stop. It's all good.
Anyone else want to take? Actually, screw it. You know what? You're here. Why not? Anyone else want to start from scratch with MetaMask?
Anyone? I mean, I would, but I gotta install MetaMask and everything and set it up, and it would just take.
Nah, that's all right. You're already here. So what he did is he landed on a flat page.
I have MetaMask, and I don't have any of the other tokens, but
Oh, you don't need. You just need ETH to get going.
Yeah, it's super easy to get going. You just pretty much create. What do you think, Nate?
Do it. I'll send you a couple bucks. Mint the token. Upload an image.
All right, one sec. So you can drag and drop too, right?
No, we need to get that going for sure.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Just upload a JPEG of some sort. You can even take a screenshot.
I got one.
Cool. Boom, boom, boom. So the idea is like these tokens can be auth tokens. So a simple little script that you'll be soon be able to say npm install mintbase, and then you just say track this one token, and we'll tell you if they have the token or don't have the token, and then your website can do whatever it wants. If they're the owner of the token, we can boot them out of that web page, and you can just redirect them to a, you need to get a token thing. Oh, is that a PDF?
No, oh yeah, it is. Shit.
Yeah, any picture will do. You can just take a little screenshot of a thing. Well,
I am really making this difficult.
Yeah, that's all right.
Should I just bail? I got to get I just wanted to get a decent
photo
picture because it's on like.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, just take a screenshot of that.
All right.
Maybe in your background photo. Take a screenshot of like everyone in the room.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, I think I've got one.
Document the occasion.
Exactly.
So I'll go to JPEG. Okay. So we'll do video box. Okay. So I'm going to actually pull one more shiesty move and change stores. It's super easy. Go to crowd.
So each one of these are different deployed. Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry.
All good. So I'm going to mint this image. Idiot box.
You.
All right. Shoot us one.
So.
Hey, real quick, sorry to interrupt, but trident derivative, just so you know, you've got your mic down and there's a little bit of feedback going in the background.
Yeah.
And then you can mint as many up to 25. You can always mint more later. And then if you just put up a little,
Now I know what it looks like.
yeah, fair enough. Mint that sucker. So let's see how much it costs. Gas, I think, was at 8 Gwei earlier today.
Oh, that's fine.
12 cents. Yeah, let's do this.
Let's get it moving.
Let's get it moving. So as soon as we do it, so now he can do all sorts of other stuff. He can go to, well, there's not a lot to do right now because there's not a lot of mints. But basically, behind the scenes, we're just doing some polling that goes, hey, Graph, has anything updated? Is anything updated? If you guys ever use the Graph, definitely try and use polling over subscriptions. That was a long, painful process that I had to learn the hard way.
Woo,
There it is. So now you can hit transfer. So now you only minted one. If there were several, then there would be more lines to transfer multiple to. You can use ENS if you want. If you exit out of that, right now your token is not for sale. No one could grab this because the smart contract struck is basically saying, hey, this dude said he didn't want it for sale. But as soon as you enable that, since he put 0 price on it, anybody can grab that for free after he's enabled it. Or if you don't want to sell on Mintbase, actually, this is fun too. We got a few more minutes. Go to OpenSea.
Should I enable it? I kind of want to.
I mean, you can enable it if you want to enable it, but I think basically that coming soon will just go away immediately after you enable it. But with the limited time, go to OpenSea real quick.
All right.
Or confirm it. Oh, man.
Oh, you're killing me. I'm going back and forth.
All right, you got this. So now, if you go to OpenSea account, and that mint is now on the market as well. So immediately you can see your mark in that thing. Yeah, go to My Items. So if OpenSea is doing its job correctly.
Yeah, man. Go to recently born.
Maybe go down. Sometimes they take a minute to maybe a little refreshy. All right, it should be up in the top stack, but is this under my? You own a lot of domains, sir.
No, that's not even scratching the surface there.
Wow.
Little bit of an ENS whale.
Okay, there it is. So this is where the mines start kind of expanding with what a digital asset is like, hey, I didn't have to send it to OpenSea. It's just existing in different locations. And they're using the transfer function from that smart contract. Yeah, it's a neat world we're going to start jumping into.
Dope. All right.
Nice. Thank you so much for this demo.
That's taking demos to the next level. Not only are we doing a live demo, we're
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you guys, and thanks Kinshasa for demoing that. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, no doubt.
So, got a couple minutes. Did you guys have any final closing statements or anything else you want to let anyone know about with Mintbase?
Definitely. So it's a really cool experiment what you've guys done with this Intercon, and let us know if you are organizing more virtual events. Would love to get involved and do ticketing. Also, if you guys, anyone in this call has an idea how to get involved with DappCon, it's happening in September.
Yeah.
Then let us know. Like we want to involve as many other blockchain companies.
We should do like a very open meeting where we just have an open DappCon meeting, like maybe once a month up until when it comes, and just brainstorm some random ideas of what kind of weird stuff we can do with one asset owned by everyone.
Yeah, just reach out to us if you have any ideas, and we're excited to work with as many people as possible.
Yep, good to go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So up next we have new marketplaces. It's by auctioning token, or sorry, It's auctioning tokenized time on micro sponsors with the 0x protocol. It's going to be by Lauren Garcia.
Hi. Thank you so much for putting this on. This is actually like really cool. I'm excited to hang out and see everybody's projects after this. I'm going to share my screen really quick. And there we go. Oh, hold on. Okay. Can you guys see that? Ah.
I can see your screen.
Sorry.
There it is.
Okay, cool. Yay. Okay, cool. All right. So let's get started. So we were supposed to launch on Thursday, but Thursday turned out to be a pretty cursed day for Ethereum. So I think we're going to bump our launch until Tuesday if the coast is clear. So first of all, micro sponsors. We are. Our website is microsponsors.io. We have MetaMask support out of the gate, and then we're going to start integrating with new wallets, probably starting like in the next few weeks. You can follow us on Twitter at microsponsors, GitHub microsponsors, and there's a link on the website to join our Discord. We are a peer-to-peer decentralized exchange for time, which is a new crypto primitive, obviously, for Ethereum. We're powered by the 0x protocol. We participated in a hackathon with them back in early last year, and by May they gave us a grant to go ahead and flesh out the idea and build a dApp. So that's what we've done. That's what we're launching on Tuesday. So our tokens are called MSPTs, and anyone can come along and mint an MSPT. It's a non-fungible ERC-721 with a few extra data fields attached to it. So here you can see on my screen, you can see the different properties. So each token has a field for obviously the minter, the current owner, and then the content ID, which is kind of like a social proof that we are using to verify that you are who you say you are. So we can kind of prevent spam and impersonation that way. So we have a registry contract. So you sign up, you get registered, you add some kind of social proof like a Twitter account, or it can be an email address, a website. So it's sort of like Brave in that way, but we're not confined to any one browser, obviously. So then the next field is the property name, which is like the description, more or less, of the time slot. Then you have the start time, the end of the auction time. So that's when that's the time at which the creator of the token will end the auction and choose the highest bid or the best bid. And then you have categories. So we're starting with a few different categories. I'm imagining that this can work for existing use cases like freelancing, consulting, but you could also do something interesting around the space of sponsorships. So you could schedule like time slots for your podcast, your live stream, your videos. You could schedule time slots into your newsletters. Anything basically that uses time, you can use micro sponsors for. And we're also creating it so that it can federate. So I know there's developers on this call, and what I want to put out to you is that this is absolutely built to federate in kind of the way that you can federate. You can view Uniswap as a federation. So you could come along and add your registry to micro sponsors, and your users can start using these tokens, and you can have your own rules around who can get registered, who can't get registered. If you want to have a whitelist and blacklist, that's totally up to you. It's totally configurable, and I think that's going to be one of the interesting dynamics of this is the federation. And yeah, if anyone has any questions or anything, just feel free to stop me. I'm totally happy to do a deeper dive into any of these things. But I'll just go over this really quick. So when you sign up, you get registered here. This is our registry where you. I think I believe I'm getting photobombed here. So here you have at the top, you see our the counts of how many different content types you've registered with us, so that when your counterparties start to transact with you, they know how to find you, they know who you are, and we know who you are too. And it's all based on open data. This registry is totally open. Anyone can query it. So that's also like a nice utility of this that can be used even beyond microsponsors use cases. We also have a referral program you can see there. So we are going to be, so there's share links in all of the auctions, and you can use that share link to share your auction with everybody in your network. And the cool thing is that that's going to be added to when those people sign up. Your share link is going to be recorded in our registry, and then we're going to start paying you passive income for bringing your network in. So this is the actual auction. Like this is an auction for a podcast. You can see that on the right-hand side, you can see the time slot, beginning and end, and all the time information is there, along with the content mapping and the name and the description of the time slot. And then you see at the bottom, you can see the accept bid button, which is what makes 0x, it ties 0x in. This is where the actual exchange happens over that protocol. We're also partnered with 3box, and with 3box has a commenting feature that we've integrated, which is pretty cool. You can hook it into any NFT. So each of these time slots here you click on the comments button, and pops up a modal that has a comment thread for each one. So if you're the minter, you can converse with possible sponsors. So if you're a consultant, you can kind of work out the details of like your consulting contract, or you could also work out the details of like a sponsorship, and you can talk to everybody at once in one thread. And because 3box is built on top of IPFS, it is an immutable record of all of the negotiations that happen. When you buy the token, you get to have kind of like the last word with this feature as well. So that's kind of the beginning of like a reputation system. I want to add also another contract that will just be straight up like ratings and reviews, so that different sellers can build up their reputation over time. And start to kind of build like I can see kind of like a credit system being booted off of this, because you have kind of like a proof of like your income flow as an individual or as an organization, and you have like the rudimentary pieces of a reputation system here. So this is if you go back here, you can see there's this create token button up in the upper left of your dashboard. So you just click that, and that's how you create the tokens. We have a GUI interface. I'm also going to add some open source tools to kind of make this easy for other developers to integrate into their own application. So this can be kind of like another money Lego in the DeFi system. So you can mix and match it with other contracts that you're using. So yeah, so you click the create a new token button, and it takes you through our wizard. It's pretty quick. It's 9 steps. They're pretty fast. You choose a category. You choose the verified content you're creating a token for. So that could be like your Twitter account. This is your social proof. So could be your Twitter account. It could be your website. whatever you've chosen to hook into our registry. The next step is scheduling. So we have like a little calendar here for you to kind of create your time slots. All of this data is written straight into the ERC 721 token on the blockchain. So it's all immutable. So there's no editing this. So this is kind of like you're committing to this token and you're committing to this time slot when you mint it. And there's a immutable proof going backwards in time of everything that you have committed to. There's another possible design for this in the future, which would be like using an ERC 1155 and then keeping the data off chain. And we'll explore that in the future as those use cases come up. The difference would probably be whether you want the data to be immutable or mutable. So I can see like if you were to build a decentralized Airbnb off of this, you could do that and you would want to use the ERC 721 version where all the data is written to the chain because that's a commitment that you want recorded on the blockchain. Whereas if we do the 1155 version, I can see that being more useful for the Uber use case where you would want to have the data be mutable, editable on the fly. So let's say like if you were going to change the pickup location spontaneously, you would want to be able to change that. Whereas the NFT, it's more immutable and it's more of like a time commitment. So yeah, so then you schedule when the auction ends. This is another feature. You can either enable or disable secondary trading for the token. So this is kind of for different use cases. So if you want to if you like, let's say you're a freelancer and you only want to deal with parties that are known to you that you've communicated with, you would absolutely probably want to not allow secondary trading. But I can also see use cases where you want to disable secondary trading. It's like in the case of like an event or something that's kind of more fungible, and you want a token that you want to move more freely and have rich secondary trading, then that would be an option as well. So that's pretty much it. I kind of just want to put it out there, like I am excited for this. I think this is like a kind of a thing that hasn't really been explored yet in Ethereum. The concept of time is interesting and powerful, and it's something that I think the developer community could make use of. And yeah, I'll just open it up for questions, and I really thank you for putting this together, for organizing this, and for attending. And I hope that this can become a regular thing. This is so cool.
Awesome, thank you so much. Did anyone have any questions or discussion points that you want to add on?
Yeah, sure. I've got some questions.
Sure.
Hi, this is Cameron. So you're talking about the 1155 basically storing the data off chain and being able to manipulate it and still use the chains. Can you explain a little bit more about how you enable those?
So what is your question exactly? Sorry, can you restate it?
Yeah, so you talked about the second type, the ERC.
Oh, yes.
11,
Yeah, that's not built yet. That's theoretical.
Can you talk about more?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, great. Because I see a lot of application and something like that, and moving a lot of like institutions and how they do business, and still enabling them to record with the blockchain.
Yeah. I think there's kind of two sides of the equation. I think this NFT, this first NFT that we've built, is more of a use case where you want to have a recording of like a commitment to a time slot. So like I was saying, like I think that would be more useful for like an Airbnb sort of application, right? Because you're kind of saying, okay, you're putting a stake in the ground and saying, okay, this week is mine, or I'm selling you like this other weekend, Whereas I think the 1155 theoretically in the future would be more a use case for something that's kind of more ephemeral. So I was thinking like the use case of like a decentralized Uber that might be useful there, where the time commitment isn't so important as the actual service that's rendered. So yeah, it's a couple different use cases, but out of the gate we're doing the time commitment, which is like the NFT version of it, which is kind of more like the Airbnb use case.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think another use case you might want to consider is like the digital ticketing. That's actually the space that I'm in. So we do NFC communication at like college sports or like major events. So that's one of the other things we do a lot with, like being able to sell and buy your ticket and own your ticket and what that means and when it becomes activated and stuff like that. So I think it's a great space.
Awesome, yeah, and I think that the auctions are also really interesting too, because I think there's the ticketing use case, which is usually there's this fixed price, and then maybe there's like scalping after that. But I can also see that turning into like interesting gaming dynamics too. So integrating with games could be really interesting. The other use case I was thinking is like maybe doing some kind of like in a virtual game, like a Decentraland or a Crypto Voxels, selling time within like a land parcel or like a display or an art gallery, stuff like that. So I don't know, I'm gonna release some developer tools that'll make it pretty fast to integrate, and we'll see how creative people get. I think it could get really fast and really interesting too.
Great. Yeah, I've got a hackathon at my work coming up, so I'll check out those tools and see if I can use them at all.
What's the date for you? I'll try and have those packages published and everything.
I'm not sure when they do it yet, so I think I've got a few months.
Okay, good. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do is apply for a Gitcoin grant next week and just use that time, like buy myself some time to be able to publish those tools as NPM modules.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we do still have about 15 minutes. I don't know, maybe if you just want to give kind of like your background as far as getting into maybe Ethereum and micro sponsors, what kind of led you to this maybe?
Okay, yeah, cool. And I'm really interested in other people's stories as well. This is such a unique and dynamic space. I think it's really exciting. My background is I've been a software developer for a really long time, and I've worked at a lot of like Web 2.0 companies, a lot of startups. I'm from the Bay Area, and I've done that for a long time. And I think what piqued actually I'll say this, I got into this space kind of through the decentralized file system world. So I had worked on something called the DApp project a long time ago, or not a long time ago, but 2015, was it 2015, 2016? Working on kind of like it was like the prototype project for what is now IPFS and Filecoin. Juan Benet had worked on Git on dat before he started IPFS. And so I thought, here's a totally different paradigm. It's really interesting. As a programmer, I attended a few different conferences. One pivotal one was the Internet Archive Conference in 2016. I believe it was the summer of 2016. And that was the first time I kind of was exposed to, well, I had seen actually Ethereum through the original crowd sale, and I didn't really grasp the power of it, I think, until actually I went to that conference in 2016. I started to understand, like, whoa, this is actually really interesting. And obviously, like, I had heard about Bitcoin like a long time before that, probably like I think the first time I was exposed to Bitcoin was like 2011, but I think it didn't really as an American, it's a different kind of thing. Like I think when you speak to people internationally that have trouble with money transfers and things like that, I think Bitcoin in those early days was really interesting for those people. But as an American, it's like I've always had the privilege of having banking services so it didn't really solve a problem for me. But once I understood, okay, as a programmer, like here is programmable money, like that was a game changer. And immediately after, it's really interesting. Immediately after that that conference was when the original Ethereum DAO hack happened. And I remember it was about a week later, and I had been in a breakout session where someone had asked one of the participants in the DAO in this like small, 10-person, 20-person room, probably 15-person room. He had asked about, he described an attack very similar to the DAO, and was like, well, what happens if this happens? And the guy was like, well, I don't think it's going to happen, like, da-da-da, and then a week later it happened, and I remember going on GitHub and, trying to understand the attack and trying to understand Ethereum and being totally blown away by it. I know it's kind of ironic to be like, red pilled, so to speak, by a hack, but that's what happened, because it was just, it kind of demonstrated the power of this thing, and not only the power of like capital formation, but also just the power of like crowds and programmable money. So I was just hooked after that, and it took me a while to kind of get into. I kind of circled around. I worked for a VC for a minute who's very involved in like funding different projects, so I got a great overview of the space, and that was kind of how I ended up settling on doing the 0x hackathon. Which when I did it, I wasn't even sure that it was going to work for this use case. And I did it, and I jumped right in, and it was a little rough. Like, 0x has undergone like a lot of changes, like in the last year. This latest version of 0x V3 is pretty cool. And if you haven't checked it out, I would definitely check it out. They're doing some cool stuff with mesh networking, and that's how the microsponsors DApp works. It's built on top of their mesh network, which is very awesome. So that's kind of the background. I hope it wasn't too much.
Yeah, that's really cool. I really like the idea of micro sponsors. We were so I don't know if you know about Raid Guild, but it's basically like a decentralized dev shop of like a bunch of people who built like Moloch DAO and MetaCartel, right, and a lot of this stuff. So one thing that we could definitely try out using this for is like booking client meetings or consultations, where people can just go to like the Raid Guild website and book like a consultation with a designer or a developer, or and it's just kind of like a decentralized collective where people can come in and add their availabilities, and then we can connect people who have like the knowledge and people who are looking for the knowledge, and just kind of create these ways of flowing value to the people who have value to give.
I think that's exactly what I want people to use it for. I think that's fantastic. And I did join the MetaCartel. I don't know, I joined the MetaCartel forum like a couple weeks ago. But if there's more touch points to kind of like make this happen, let me know, because I think that's a great use case. I'm totally happy to build out any additional tooling or any kind of like development work that you need to integrate that, because I think that's a great place to start, and I'm so excited, to be collaborating. Yeah.
And yeah, like. We definitely need more experimentation around personal tokens, beyond just like, minting ERC20s and selling them. So I think this is a unique take on it. And actually Metagame as well. Like Metagame is basically like the group of people that came together to put on this conference. That's like one of the things we did.
Okay, cool.
But like, Metagame, we're gonna have like character profiles. We're also like hooked up to 3box and stuff. And one part of the planned features we have for our character profiles is like personal tokens. So this could be a feature you could contribute to Metagame by adding personal tokens to Metagame profiles. We're also going to be hooked up to like Moloch DAOs, so you'll be able to like go to someone's profile. You'll be able to see like all the DAOs they're a part of. You'll be able to see like how much we have like an XP and an achievement system, so you'll be able to see like how reputable they are, what achievements they've had, and
yeah, that's
all this
awesome.
sort
I
of
would
stuff.
love
So
to hook
that
that.
would be
I would
really
love to be
cool.
able, yeah, I would love to hook that in. I think the more kind of like mixing and matching of reputation across dApps, and I was kind of imagining like maybe 3box would be one of the kind of hubs for that. I'm not sure exactly how it'll get surfaced, but I think there's a lot of different ways to build up. Really, you're building not only reputation, but credit as well, right? With access to DeFi. So I think this is like a really interesting opportunity. And yeah, like I'd love to get into the details at some point and see what can be built out.
For sure. Yeah, you should check out the Metagame Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, you can go on metagame.wtf and click play, and then it'll introduce yourself there. But yeah, it was really cool.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Lauren. We've got about like 5 minutes left, so if you have any, closing statements, anything you want to mention in the next few minutes, feel free.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, the main takeaway here is that this is like, I think we're all here like super early, right? We all know we're like so early to this space. And I just think like now is the time to really, to really build. And I just want to make sure that like, if you have any touch points or any feature requests or feedback, or you want to spin up your own microsponsors marketplace, just get in touch, reach out on Twitter. You can join our Discord, and I'm more than happy to facilitate your use cases and see this thing through, because really I think what we're all here for is a common cause, which is kind of releasing the masses from the yoke of Web 2.0, which is obviously has so many problems, and I think this is a great opportunity. I think this Web 3 thesis, I know that it's taking a long time to kind of coalesce, and but I think that we're obviously way ahead of mass adoption, but it's going to come, and there's no doubt in my mind that it's going to come, and this will probably be where it's at. So I'm super excited, and I really want you to collaborate. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so up next, we've got my talk. I'll be starting in just a minute here, just basically going over ETH Network, not the actual Ethereum network. It's a community that I run, and I'll go a little bit into that in just a minute here. Following that, we do have 2 open discussions planned. One's on the security for DeFi, and another one is on, comparing centralized finance to decentralized finance. However, I think we're going to kind of combine those into one open discussion time slot, and then someone else, they kind of missed their spot or they wanted to have a talk, so I will be putting them in. So let me just start my camera up here. Got my dog on me. All right, so hi everyone, I am DeFi Dude. I'm not just a Twitter AI, I actually exist. So a little bit about me, myself, my background. I first got into Bitcoin when it was like, I think $100 was like the first Bitcoin I purchased. But again, this was like before I realized, that there was any possible, investment aspect to it, that it might be worth buying this just to hold on to. So I kind of missed the boat on that. I was associated with Bitcoin on and off for the next few years. But once again, I didn't see the true, value in the technology. I mainly saw it as a currency that you could send, and it can't be replaced or taken back like on PayPal or credit cards. So I thought that was very interesting and cool. And then it was early 2017 when a friend mentioned Ethereum to me, And that's kind of when I put 2 and 2 together. I kind of realized, there's more to this than just sending a currency back and forth. And I thought that was really cool, that there is some kind of technology behind this that, goes beyond that. And so that's kind of when I really deep dived into this whole blockchain thing, was early 2017. It was a friend that mentioned Ethereum to me. And so I kind of just was like, I was mainly on Reddit. I was never on Twitter. I was never on any other crypto social media website. So I mainly just spent pretty much all day, every day, browsing Reddit on crypto stuff. I wasn't working at the time. I was employing myself because of the great bull run. So I had lots of time to spend hours and hours every day just researching this stuff. And I think it was at the end of 2017 or early 2018, I was on the Kyber Network subreddit, and I was being a little critical. I remember, like, on the token use case itself. And so I had made a post, and someone, made a nice reply, and I was replying. We were kind of getting back and forth. And then it turns out that was actually Dennis, who is, part of the Kyber team. And he sent me a message, and he was like, hey, this type of critical stuff, like we look for that on Telegram, like you should join. And I had never used Telegram. I thought, Telegram's pointless. It's just all for crypto projects. That's it. Why bother? But anyway, I ended up joining, and I got pretty close to Dennis. I don't know if you guys have seen me at the past events. Me and Dennis generally have gone together to those, and he, real great guy. He's the one that I have to thank for getting me involved on Twitter and with all of you guys. Otherwise, I'd probably still be on Reddit, just trolling around and browsing. But as far as my background now, I do some community work with Kyber. I've got Chicago DeFi there that I help run. That we've got some meetups for them. We actually had one planned for March, but we ended up rescheduling it because of the corona. So I think this next meetup we're actually going to have a virtual one, which is great because then people like you guys are able to join too, even though you're not from Chicago. So stay tuned for that. As far as that, I do run the ETH Network Discord. What we do with that is every 2 weeks we have community calls. Now these calls are kind of what Interspace first planned on being, kind of like a unconference almost. No one, I do have an agenda, but like it's not that I want that. It's just a lot of people oftentimes don't come with subjects, but basically it's a call so everyone can get together. We can talk about, what's gone on in the past 2 weeks, what's happening in DeFi and Ethereum and everything. So it's been real great. We've had, I think, 6 or 7, if not more, calls. A lot of great people, a lot of great discussion. This is on our Discord. So the next one is this Sunday, I believe at 4 p.m. Eastern time. You can stay up to date on that on my Twitter, otherwise on the Discord itself. And I'm actually going to screen share here I got 20 minutes on this time slot. So I'm going to just show the Discord quick on my screen. If I can figure it out. All right, can you guys see my screen? Okay. Can anyone just confirm that everything's good on my end?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Perfect. So I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Discord. A lot of projects have been moving to Discord, which I find is great. I think it's way better than Telegram. So this is the Discord. Once you join in, we've got this fancy little robot. Basically, you can just react according to what you are, what interests you in the space right now. So on this section over here, we've got some news. So this automatically pushes, relevant news in the space. You got DeFi, gaming, just so, people can kind of keep up to date if they don't have another source. But as far as like the meeting, so anytime we have a meeting, it's always in this voice channel here for meeting. Believe it or not, I've actually had a lot of people that they don't even know how to like join a voice channel. So it's really just as easy as, you know, clicking meeting and then you're in the call. So, you know, I would love to have you guys in the future. We generally average, I think, 10 to 20 people, I think, per call. But, you know, some great discussion, great stuff. And the Discord itself is open. We don't have a lot of activity. It's mainly for these community meetups or meetings. So I'm always welcome. If you have anything you ever want to push, you can feel free to talk about it in the Discord and stuff. And yeah, I'm also, you know, if anyone else wants to like get involved too, as far as like kind of helping with these meetups, maybe, you know, coming with some agenda or just kind of helping, you know, overall, definitely would love to have you help out. Cause as of right now, it's just me. I'm kind of doing it all. And, you know, a lot of times I'm so busy where I don't have a full agenda. So, you know, some of the time we're just kind of like shooting off random topics, which is okay, but would definitely be awesome to have someone else that would be interested in helping. As far as like the future of this Discord, I mean, I would like it similar to, you know, as we know with Corona and stuff, a lot of people are moving towards virtual, at least this year, for like virtual conferences and stuff. So like, you know, I think it would be really cool to set up maybe a hub or something for Eth Network, something a little more than just, you know, a Discord voice. I mean, it gets the job done, but again, like it's just, it feels more involved. And, you know, I kind of like that aspect when you're actually like roaming around, like in crypto voxels and stuff. So definitely putting thought into, you know, what I can do with the Discord in the future. And again, if you're not in the Discord, you can just find it on my Twitter at DeFi Dude. The links, I think, in my bio. So that's pretty much with Eth Network. Very basic Discord, but got a lot going there. So let me. All right. So other than that, we've got my, you know, I talked about the Chicago DeFi. I'm running some meetups. I know Chicago doesn't really have a huge following for Ethereum. But again, if for some reason any of you are near Chicago, or even if you're not and you would like to maybe have your project shown during one of our meetups, or, you know, you want to get involved in any way with Chicago DeFi, you can feel free to do that. You know, I would love to collaborate with some of you guys on that. So I mean, really, that's all I got. I just kind of wanted to show Eth Network, the Discord itself. Did anyone have like maybe any questions or anything for me as far as my background or who I am, what I'm doing, etc.? Okay. Otherwise, we do have some open discussions. So I wasn't sure. We have one open discussion. It's for security and DeFi. You know, discussing just the general security around DeFi itself. Then we also had another open discussion on comparing, you know, centralized finance to decentralized finance. However, I kind of mentioned it earlier. I think I'm going to mash it up into one discussion because someone wanted to give a talk as well. So with that, I think I'll let him talk because, let me see, I think he can go on yeah, I'll have him present, and then after he's done with that, we can follow up with the open discussion for the rest of the House of Defiance session. I just got to get him. It'll be just a minute here. Well, if he's not here, we'll just start with some open discussion instead. I'm not really sure how many people are gonna get involved with the discussion. But I guess, yeah, so security and DeFi, a lot of us, know, as we've seen, it would be yesterday, as well as during ETH Denver with the BZX flash loans. DeFi is not perfect. It does have some issues, I guess. Well, maybe not issues, just things we kind of got to work out. And so someone pulled it on Twitter, and I thought it was a great, analogy kind of thing. Well, we bring up a lot of DeFi Legos, right? They all work together very great, but are we sure it's not like DeFi Jenga, right? So with DAI, for example, if you pull out that one brick, is everything going to collapse? And that's one of the, risks with DeFi, the security, because there is so much dependence on DAI and some of these, big DeFi projects, that it is more like Jenga than Legos, because we are relying on these to work. So if DAI was to collapse or MakerDAO was to, emergency shut down and stuff, a lot of this DeFi, it would either just go very, very bad or just stop working in general. And not all of it, but a lot of it would. And there is a lot of dependence on these other DeFi protocols. So I think, the more we can kind of figure out how to, remove this reliance, if it's even possible, I mean, I think that would be wonderful. And as far as security, one of the other big points I wanted to touch on too was just like that, the admin keys. I know Chris Black on Twitter, he kind of has pushed a lot about that recently. But if you aren't aware, so a lot of these DeFi protocols, they have their smart contracts, they have an admin key registered to it. And it works differently in different DeFi projects, exactly what permissions that admin key has. But a lot of them, that admin key has full permissions to, in some cases, like wipe out the entire pool of funds or, pause the entire protocol. There's a lot of permissions that these admin keys have. And it's almost worrisome because, normally you would be like, say you want a loan or you want to lend money, you would be relying on a centralized entity. However, if you want to go to Compound, well, that's great. And because now it's decentralized, but if the entire protocol can be taken down or, governed with that one admin key, well, you're really still trusting that one entity, except instead of it being a huge multi-million-dollar company, it's now some guy that you don't even know who's running a crypto project. You don't even know how he created the key, how secure it is, where it's stored, or if this guy's even trustworthy. And so I used Compound as an example, but really it's just any DeFi project that has this admin key. And I know Compound has moved towards, or they will be moving towards their own governance with the governance token. And so a lot of projects, like, they realize that the reliance on these admin keys and how big of a deal it is if we want true decentralization. So, there is work being done in removing these keys, and I think that's great. Like Compound, for example, they had the governance token. With MakerDAO, they have removed or they added a 24-hour time lock on the admin key, I believe. So anytime like it needs to be used or someone wants to use it, they have to wait 24 hours, I believe. And Chris Black, somewhere, I think it might be on his website that he made. Otherwise, it could be found on his Twitter, I'm sure. But it lists all these projects on a spreadsheet, tells you what admin key, which projects have admin keys, which projects don't, what permissions that admin key has. So if, security and DeFi interests you, definitely check out what Chris Black is doing in that end, because he has a lot of information on that. And the counter argument to, relying on these admin keys, I'm not super against the admin keys this early on, like Chris might be. Of course, the admin keys, they remove the true decentralized aspect, I guess, one would say. However, I think that because we're so early on some of these projects, it would be very risky not to have an admin key. You might get some hate from decentralized fanboys on Twitter, but at the same time, would you rather do that, or would you rather potentially risk, your whole protocol being compromised or exploited, all of the funds drained, and you can't do anything about it? And I mean, again, that's kind of what we want with crypto, is the fact that you can't do anything about it, because that removes the trust, right? But because we're so early on, I think that we should be, more worried about building these protocols, projects, making sure they're fully built out, and are working exactly how we want them to be, before really saying, all right, let's push everything out, remove all of our access, and hope things go well and continue to build onto it. Because, like I said a million times now, we are so early. There are so many exploits that we have yet to see. There's so many things that, like the flash loans, right? No one would have expected that. There were two variations of the flash loan exploit hack. One of them was more due to like bad coding or an actual exploit, I believe. And the other one was more just because, any whale could have technically done that. So the one that any whale could have technically done, like that existed for so long and we didn't know about that. We didn't think about that. And that's just, one example of there are possible future exploits that we can't even take into consideration until they happen, because we don't know what they are, what they'll be. So, I think definitely a lot of work to be put into security for DeFi. More auditing, I think, is very important too. There is, auditors available and auditing tools and stuff, but again, there's hundreds of millions of dollars put behind these contracts. So I think really getting security down and auditing would be very beneficial to DeFi. So if anyone has any comments or anything they want to add as far as like security on DeFi, please feel free to chime in.
Well, I remember watching the BZX exploit unfold, and actually knowing that they had an admin key was actually a good thing. So I think that, it's easy to think in absolutes, but I think it actually, in that case, that admin key probably saved a lot of people's funds. So I think there's like a range of decentralization that needs to kind of happen with a lot of these protocols. And I think the goal should absolutely be to be fully decentralized and maybe even burn the admin key at some point. But I think it would be dangerous for a lot of projects, especially DeFi projects, to start out as totally decentralized without an admin key. But I know that different people have different thoughts about this, and it's a really interesting problem.
Yeah, so that's a great example. In the BZX case, if there wasn't the admin key, a lot of the users would have been way worse off, and then they would, be pointing fingers at BZX. Well, there's really no right solution. If you add an admin key, you're making it more secure for your users, but you're removing the decentralization that all the really hardcore people are going to give you crap about. So you do kind of need a nice balance early on, definitely, because it can literally save your project. And well, I don't know how much BZX was saved reputation wise, but there is a need for admin keys, I think. And like you said, focus more, they could focus more on burning it in the future. But right now, there's a lot going on, a lot of problems. So if you need an admin key early on, or you think that your project might, be better off with one this early on, my name's DeFi Dude, and I think that's totally acceptable. I'm not gonna call you out or say, hey, what are you doing with that key? Like some projects, they could use it, and as long as you have it on the roadmap to eventually kind of abstract that admin key, get it out of the contract once everything is for sure really working smooth. And I think definitely.
I had a back and forth with Chris Black on Twitter about this, and I thought one of the useful suggestions that he made, and I'm not sure where he's at with it, if he's going to pursue it, but creating like a framework for disclosures around stuff like this, so that there's kind of like a general framework, like a common standard way of communicating these things. And I think that's a great idea. I think that's a great initiative. I have no idea where that's at, but I think that and some other like pretty like standard ways of like seeing what contracts you're interacting with under the covers of the dapps. Sometimes it's not clear until you get to like the MetaMask transaction or like the wallet transaction piece, and even then, those contracts can be calling into other contracts. And even though a project might be open source and you can see code on GitHub, but there's no way of actually knowing that is the actual contract on the chain that you're transacting with. So I don't know. There's a lot of work to do around this stuff, and it's an interesting space.
Yeah, for sure. And I would like to see where Chris is at with that as well, because I think that having some kind of framework for that, it'd be important, because those who are so serious about removing that key, it helps them as like they've got a plan. This is what they're doing. This is what the key can do right now. And people that like me that don't really care this early on, I mean, at least having a framework to see, well, do you plan on actually removing it? Really, what is it for? What benefits does your key have? Like there are DeFi projects that don't need a key because there is really not a lot of risk for funds. Like DeFi Zap, for example, they have contracts, but you're kind of like passing through the contracts, right? Like if you're using DeFi Zap to put money into a Uniswap pool or open multiple different types of leverage positions, like you're not keeping money on DeFi Zap. You're not nothing like that. It's like passing through the contracts almost. So like it makes sense that that's a DeFi project that wouldn't need this key, but definitely the ones that have millions and millions of dollars. I mean, I think it's a tricky thing, because we all strive for decentralization and we love decentralization, but then when you take away these admin keys, you're faced sometimes with very bad loss of funds for users and lots of other messes. So I am glad though to see that people are doing something about it, with Chris Black at least trying to start up a framework or something, so we can kind of before he went into it, like a lot of people, they didn't even realize what admin keys were, that they even existed or had the power that they had. So I think it's good that people know, definitely. I think. Great. So anyone have any other points on security in DeFi? Okay, so there is a little bit more time. The person who wanted to present, I don't think he's still gotten back to me, and I do have plenty of time left. Oh wait. Okay, so but the other open discussion that I had planned was centralized finance compared to decentralized finance. So I mean, again, I don't have anything planned. Just it was supposed to be an open discussion, but I'll talk a little bit on that too. Me personally, as much as I love DeFi, there will always be a need for centralized finance. I think we can't just, again, this very controversial take, which is surprising, but crypto and DeFi, it's not going to destroy the banks. Chances are there's always going to be banks in the world. A very good chance that they might be restructured or something. Who knows? But we cannot, at least in my lifetime, I don't think we'll ever be fully decentralized with finance. That said, there is still pros and cons of DeFi and CeFi as well. For example, like the loaning system right now, right? If you want to loan on crypto, I'm sure all of you can't just say, I want a loan, you get the loan, right? If you want $100, chances are you're going to have to put up 150 or 130, whatever it may be. And when you think about like why people need loans, what loans are used for, it's because obviously they need this money. They don't have the money. They need a loan. So if someone needs a loan, they're not going to have more money to lock up just so they can get that loan, unless they're a crypto guy who wants to keep their crypto. So like for me right now, honestly, I think the decentralized finance loaning industry, it's mainly for crypto bros, you know, that kind of like, yeah, I got some ETH and I want some more money so I can put it into more ETH, or, you know, I don't want to sell my ETH, but I need a little bit of money for this. So, you know, I can get a loan. But I mean, it's no surprise that crypto loans aren't for someone that might need, you know, emergency vet bills or a car payment or something, yet at least. So there is a lot of work being done in under collateralized loans. Like I know Alex Mazmej on Twitter, he's very into that idea. He's started up Rocket NFT, which is still technically over collateralized loans, but it's with NFTs, so you can get a loan based on your NFT. And while the NFT has to be liquid, it's still a step in a direction moving away from that. You know, there's been talks about like, I don't know, like your ENS name, for example, there might not be a true value, but like say Vitalik needed a loan. Well, we all know Vitalik.eth would be worth a lot of money. Or even like his reputation. If you know Vitalik owns that address, you know Vitalik's probably trusted with, you know, $1,000 or something. So like you would give him a loan. So there is a lot of work being done in under collateralized loans. Nothing that's too mind blowing as far as like, you know, this is crazy. We figured it out, but I am very interested to see how that's possible, because that is one benefit over the centralized finance industry, like credit, that type of stuff that actually allows you to get those loans without having to lock up more money, and enforcement, right? So even if we figure out in crypto how to get these under collateralized loans, you know, how can we enforce it? In the real world, you can get collection agencies that will literally call your house every day, 50 times a day. They'll show up at your door, send you letters, pretty much do everything besides beat you up. But when it comes to crypto, you know, we can't just, you know, hit them up on Twitter 10 times a day and be like, hey man, where's my money? You know, they might live thousands of miles away, or they might live in, you know, rural Africa, and here I am in Canada or something. So like, you know, opposite ends of the world. And it's just, you know, very hard to enforce that if someone were to run with your money. So it's tricky getting into under collateralized loans in DeFi. So for now, I think centralized finance definitely still has us beat. But the idea of even over collateralized loans in crypto, it's still fascinating to me. The idea, you know, you can get this money for having money, but you don't have to sell like the underlying, like it's just all like, I still love the idea. I don't think it's ready for mainstream as far as like, hey, mom and dad, if you need a loan, but we're getting there. So that's really cool. And as far as like lending money yourself, that's something that I would, well, again, I wouldn't say it's a benefit over CeFi, but I also wouldn't say, you know, it's a con over CeFi, because, you know, you can earn more interest on your money for sure, but then there's the added security risks, you know, smart contract exploits, stuff like that. So it's almost that this extra interest earned is worth it, because, you know, you are kind of risking it just in case there's an exploit or something like that. So yeah, I mean, I think there's, you know, a lot of work to be done, but we're on a good track now, and we're really making way. And eventually, I think that we're kind of realize that, you know, there are true like huge benefits over like there are definitely benefits now, but once we kind of figure out a little bit more, get some more things built out, I think it's definitely centralized finance is going to kind of meet its maker almost in a way. And again, I'm just kind of rambling here. It's open discussion, but I think too, like the actual onboarding, as far as like, you know, MetaMask and getting people their wallets and stuff that they need, that's another huge part before we can even start to begin going mainstream. People aren't going to, they don't want to store their 12 magic words on a piece of paper, and that's literally what holds their money. They can't let anyone see it. They can't, risk getting it lost, getting it burned, etc. And that's the deal. I think I personally, I hate private keys. I hate seed phrases, but it's hard to abstract that without making security, compromises. So as far as getting mainstream, I think that's another area that has to really be worked on too, is getting these people to access these protocols without, such big steps of confusion and magic words and stuff too. So.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, a quick note on the over under collateralized thing. I always kind of push back on people when they talk about under collateralized loans in the real world or centralized finance. When you take out a mortgage and things like that, it might be under collateralized somewhat in you're only putting down a 20% down payment, but it's very heavily over collateralized in the ability for the banking system to garnish your wages in the future, or to take other actions against you that can affect your future financial situation, mostly through your credit score. I also think that the way that we get to a better solution is not through trying to match what exists in the real world. I think the idea of a digital credit score, while is both impossible to enforce because you can't necessarily prove that one person is one entity on the internet, but also not something that we want to push towards using because it can be easily used against people, and I don't think it's a good method. I do think hopefully with the new people experimenting with new assets like personal tokens, DAO memberships, things that can be tokenized and structured, things like that can be used ideally as collateral. The main limits to what can be done comes down to, in my opinion, valuation and liquidation. So liquidity is the biggest concern. I mean, you mentioned the Rocket DAO, which is an interesting model, but obviously the biggest question with those is, ensuring that you can liquidate it for a reasonable amount at a certain, if the loan is not repaid. So, valuing illiquid assets and then having some methods for ensuring liquidation for lenders, I think is kind of the next step. So Rocket's doing it in all-in-one. Lender and valuation mechanism are the same. I'd be interested to see someone build, like a distressed crypto liquid asset fund where you just kind of, you issue promises to purchase illiquid assets at a certain rate. And then, those assets can be brought to liquid lenders and used as collateral. That's my take on how we can try to make it a better system, not just one that would match what currently exists out there.
Yeah, those are some good points, and I totally agree. Like, there's no point in trying to rebuild everything that's already built, especially like you said with the credit system. It's not so easy in DeFi because you can't prove that one entity is only that one entity. If I ruin my credit score, what's stopping me creating a new address and kind of doing everything all over again to build a credit? In the real world, got my social security number, my identity. It's very hard to fake an identity. So that's one thing. So we can't really go about it the same way, for sure. And I know you mentioned like social tokens too, and I think that's great. As far as like Alex Bosmej, he's got his own personal token. I know he's kind of taking on like an under collateralized loan almost, in the sense that, well, I guess so. It's a highly illiquid token, but it is for sale. So like it has, it does have a price. It is, it's sellable in a sense. But
I mean, it's
as
sellable
far as like projects working.
Yeah, I mean, look. I think the same thing with happened with Maker yesterday, and I think everyone's starting to wrap their head around it a bit more. My previous life was working more with like hedge funds on the software side, and I think I got a pretty good handle for the importance of liquidity. And I think that's something that's starting to become, everyone in DeFi is starting to become more aware of as well. Like the importance of liquidity. Prices can be one thing right now, but if liquidity dries up, the gap between the current price and zero narrows significantly.
Yeah, liquidity is huge. And I'm part of Kyber Network, who's a liquidity protocol, and many other are doing it. But even then, it's like, while we have lots of liquidity, there's still not enough. There's never enough, almost, in the sense that it can be, you might have millions and millions. That doesn't mean that, that's enough to hold the fort down when shit hits the fan like it did yesterday, as we saw. So, and almost, I feel like this liquidity too, it's hard because, well, what I like about the DeFi liquidity, right, is that they work so closely together. So liquidity that Kyber has, liquidity 0x has, and everyone else, they can kind of mesh together and share this liquidity, which that's great. But as far as like Binance, Coinbase, all these like decentralized exchanges, they can't necessarily share the liquidity as easy. And so it's almost splitting it up, right? Binance has some, Coinbase has some, then you got all the DeFi. So, I think it would be great if somehow all these people could work together and almost share this liquidity in a sense, like the way that DeFi does it. But as of right now, it's all split up, and even like considering the highest liquid exchanges, it's still very illiquid, the entire crypto market.
There's that kind of liquidity where it's just the availability of liquid tradable assets, and then there's the liquidity of non-fungible, lumpy assets. Like we were saying before, with like that will be kind of the next stepping point, or getting real assets on chain, whether it's property that you own in the real world, or as I mentioned before, like memberships and NFTs and things like that. So I don't know. I think there's probably it'd be hard to back all of that one-to-one with capital commitments, but maybe there's room for under collateralized commitments of for purchases of illiquid assets that people can use for backing loans in the future. Something I'm working on with working like a risk transfer protocol right now, where we're doing something similar to that. We're trying to do kind of an insurance, but under collateralized overall through diversification. So I think that diversification is kind of the one way where we could ideally start approaching to do something more officially under collateralized, but with smartly under collateralized, taking like liquidity and diversification of risk into account.
Right. I'm looking real forward to the future of under collateralized. So if you have any resources, or anyone else, I know Alex Mazmajin, he's a great person to follow on Twitter. Acropolis, they're doing some stuff in under collateralized loans as well. That was pretty cool. There's some projects I don't know like how public they are and that I can really share them, but there's a lot of people working on this right now, and they're all kind of approaching it in a different way. So really looking forward to seeing how it all unfolds. Definitely.
Cool. Yeah, I'll hopefully have more to share on our angle on it in the next couple months.
Awesome. I look forward to that too. So other than that, I think we still got, like 25 minutes, and I think I'm the last talk. So yeah, I am. So really, we can wrap it up early if you guys want. It's no big deal. There are other talks going on now. Anyone's welcome right now to chime in with anything. Otherwise, if you want to stay, up to date on what I'm doing, or the F Network Discord, find me on Twitter at DeFi Dude. Links in the bio. We've got the call this Sunday. Chicago DeFi 2. If you want to help out with that in any way, I'm totally on board with that. Or you just want to collaborate on something else, reach out to me at any time. Otherwise, I'll leave it there. If anyone has any other points now, feel free. Otherwise, we can wrap it up here. And I think the next talk is in the house of DAOs, I believe. It's going on right now. So anyone got anything else?
Maybe just on your note that for like mass adoption, like the seed phrase issue and private key issue will be a great deal. I think that some projects are doing some great work into that direction. I mean, all these social recovery things, like Argent, I mean, it's a mobile wallet. I mean, people still have to download the app, but on the other hand, you have Unilogin. I don't know if you saw it, but it's this sort of integratable social recovery kind of web wallet. And I think this kind of stuff solves the problem pretty well, right? Because, I mean, instead of the seed phrase, you essentially delegate another wallet to recover your key or give permissions for certain actions. And, I mean, then you don't really need to rely on a certain seed phrase, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I should have mentioned that too. That's a great point. Argent, they're doing great work. Some other people are doing something similar, but as you mentioned, the social recovery, if you don't know how it works, basically you can get the Argent wallet, right? And say, you trust your wife or girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever, and your mom. So you say, hey, I'm going to set you as my guardian, as they call it, which I think is essentially a multi-sig, but regardless, they abstract the private keys. And so to get like, say you lost your phone, you lost access to your wallet, you wouldn't have to scramble around for those 12 words that are probably lost. You can just hit up your wife and your mom and be like, hey, can you help me recover this? And they can help you. They don't need to have your key. There's no, they don't have access to your funds, but they can work together and give it to you. So I think social recovery is definitely, I love it. A lot of people, there's some controversial takes on it. And I think that has to come down to what's that?
What's the controversy side saying? Like, what's the counter argument?
What I heard is, I believe it was just something around like the security almost because it is using their contracts. Say that Argent was exploited, or like we saw with the parity multi-sig 2 years ago or whatever it was, then you'd be out of luck. So it's not really security risk is in like a hacker hacking you. It's more so like if the actual smart wallet
contracts are whack.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think like with good audits, I guess there will be like a sort of auditing industry for smart contracts anyway, right? You can make sure that it's all fine, or at least I hope so.
Yeah, auditing definitely it's helping, and I mean, there can't be too many loopholes. I'd imagine, like they've got to be really heavily looking at their code. So I don't use them personally, like for storing my main funds. That's just because I use, I can handle the keys and everything for now. I still hate them though, but I trust, I would trust Argent. I wouldn't hold my entire life savings in a smart wallet, but I don't know. I mean, I still think what they do is great. Anyone that I want to onboard, honestly, that isn't, hasn't spent hours and hours looking into crypto, I use Argent. That's my go-to for them. It's so simple. They remove a fee, which is another huge thing for mainstream. Fees are annoying. The addresses, they automatically give you an ENS domain, so you don't have to send it to some 0x349, like whatever, which is complicated for people, I guess. So they're awesome wallet for mainstream and onboarding, definitely.
Have you heard of Unilogin? Sort of like Uniswap, but Unilogin. It's actually
yeah, the universal login.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I think that's gonna be Yeah, it's basically the total same logic from Argent, but how it works is basically that universal login gives this the repository to dApp developers. So, for example, Kyber could, I guess, integrate Unilogin, but even white label it. And then you have the same logic that the user just, I mean, basically creates an account, like types in the ENS name that's still free. And then you can, I mean, the developing platform, like the dApp platform, can provide gas too. You can sort of delegate other guards for your wallet that you just created or other devices of yours. So if you logged in first with your laptop, you log in again with your phone and sync those devices. So in case you lose your laptop, you can still use your phone. And I think that's gonna be great because the little hurdle right now that I still have with Argent, also when I try to onboard people, is that they actually have to download the application, right? But if you would have that on a web browser, no matter like if on your phone or on the computer, I think it would be very valuable in terms of, I mean, ease of use and everything.
Yeah, definitely. And even like beyond onboarding to crypto itself, universal login could be used. Because think about it, like you've got a Facebook account, maybe your old MySpace, you know, your Gmail, your YouTube, your every single account on the internet. There's 50 different accounts.
Yeah.
And if you're taking proper security, all different passwords, all different usernames. So with universal login, you know, you have to protect this one account, but theoretically it could even work with Web 2, right? Like you could plug in Unilogin, universal login, and that's what you use for your Facebook, you know, your video game accounts, your Gmail, YouTube, everything. It's just that one.
Yeah.
And so like
Yeah.
those use cases too, I'm very
Do
excited.
you mean in the sense of like storing the Web 2 passwords sort of on your Unilogin, or actually like having Facebook onboard Unilogin? I mean, do you think people would store the Web 2 password, or would Web 2 big tech enterprises use universal login? I mean,
I think there would always be, you know, a Web 2 user and pass login, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much, like, really it would be, because if you think about it, like Facebook would have to work almost with Unilogin to associate that to, you know, a Facebook account. So really what it would come down to is all these separate entities working with Unilogin, which is very unlikely, very hard to do, I think.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's possible, I guess, some form of a universal login to work in between all
Yeah.
these.
True.
Would be cool to.
Would
And
be
I think
great at
there are
least.
like many people working something similar. Like you've got Ethereum, which they're released recently. I think it's just like a user password, and they can cover gas fees. Fortmatic is another one. There are people working on abstracting it, but often they come with those security risks of like sacrificing decentralization because you're relying on this company. Like Fortmatic, you know, you're relying on them for your email and password, and you know, it's so there are trade-offs, but it's definitely pro and cons for sure.
Yeah, thanks,
All
man.
right. Yeah, thank you, everyone. I guess we'll end it there. So I think the House of DAOs is still going on. If you guys want to head over there, appreciate all of you chiming in. Shout out to everyone who helped set this up. Again, this has been great. It's been awesome. If you need to reach me at DeFi Dude, I'm pretty much everywhere: Twitter, Telegram, etc. Thanks. I'll see you guys in the House of DAOs then.
Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Ciao, ciao.
Hey, so to anyone still here, that presentation that I mentioned earlier that Johnny wanted to do, he's actually going to be doing that in this house now. So if you want to stick around for that.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you?
Good.
Can you guys hear and see me?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. I'm Johnny Dabowski. I'm just filling a last minute slot. I didn't have a talk prepared, but I prepared one in like 20 minutes. So I'm going to start off by just playing some music since it's the end of a very, very long day. And then I'll give you guys just a short little talk. I'm just going to outline some stuff that we're working on with 1 million devs and some of the stuff I've been working on with Sense Collective, and then just talk about this social and knowledge graph idea that we've been batting around. But you guys want to hear a tune first? Would that be good?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. This is a song called "If You Want to Stay." I heard your breath came crawling on the western winds. I know the signals that you're trying to send. If I held your voice, your choice I'd be in ecstasy. I know I'd get there, and our time is at hand. If you wanna stay, we'll stay. We'll break away. We'll let down. We'll lay away. I heard your car door coming from a million miles. I know the best times that you stood in days and whiles. If I held your spirit in your precious way, I know I'd get there, and our time is at hand. If you wanna stay, we'll stay. We'll break away. We'll let down. We'll let what came first? The devil or the sound? I heard this precious ground. What came first? Thought we had it all figured out. Oh, if you wanna stay, we'll stay. We'll break away. We'll let down. 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 We'll lay away. What came first? All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. That was fun. Now I'm awake. Let me do a
good.
screen share here. And how are you guys doing? Have
Pretty good.
for like 10 hours?
Yeah, I think this is the 13th hour.
Wow. Well, I won't kill you guys. I'll just do kind of a quick run of some stuff. and really I'm doing this to kind of just sow a few seeds and get things so that as we move forward, like this day was like, as with everything in the blockchain space, time is so compressed, like because the markets never close, it feels like a year goes by in like a day. And this was that times 10. I feel like the learning curve on this remote conference was amazing. I mean, I was the one who fucked up the streaming last night at like 3 a.m. And I mean, there were 100 catastrophic failures, but at the same time, we like learned an amazing amount of stuff. And moving forward, like this is how Ethereum community is really gonna emerge as a community that can kind of lead how remote work can thrive. So can you see my screen, guys?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'm Johnny Dabowski. I am a musician, as you saw. I also started a nonprofit called Rock and Renew about 12 years ago. And I've toured the world with like a lot of huge bands like Blondie and Meatloaf and The Strokes, and like done tours for 15 years. And I got to play with a lot of really famous people. And my educational and professional life, I've been doing cybernetics and environmental management, and I'm a computer scientist. So I combined those two worlds somehow and organized about 20 artists. We started Rock and Renew in kind of a similar way as the stuff I'm not doing in the Ethereum community to make environmental science more accessible. So we started setting up events around the world to bring science into a more accessible format. So I started working with Bill McKibben on something called Step It Up. And that Bill McKibben is the founder of 350.org, which I was a part of the group that helped to found that. We grew Step It Up from about 400 college students in the first year. Then we formalized into something called the Energy Action Coalition, which had about 3,000 college students in our second year. And they're kind of like an ETH Denver conference. Like we organized community college environmental groups from different cities to come together to a conference. And it was actually very much like ETH Denver, like or any of our conferences, like workshops, thought leaders, and then sort of the equivalent of a hackathon was like, let's come up with some environmental campaign ideas over a weekend. And from 4,000 people, we then formalized into 350.org. And over the next 3 years, we grew the organization to 4 million active participants and 24 million people that actually joined us on 10/10/10 in 189 countries. So it was like the single largest day of action in the whole world in history. And so I joined the 1 Million Developers project really just because I saw that it was an opportunity to kind of do similar work, like, and in talking with some of the Ethereum community, like, how do you grow Ethereum to support 1 million developers? If Ethereum's gonna, be the replacement or certainly the Web3 is going to be based on Ethereum, we're going to need 1 million devs. So we started working at how we could do that. And I've been applying some of the lessons I've learned. So like 4 million people, 5,800 actions, 161 countries, 820 different organizations, over 3,000 companies, 7,300 websites. So these are some of the things that I've helped to like figure out how do you coordinate across all of these different groups, and it wasn't easy. And in the marketing DAO talk that Angela gave earlier today, she was describing like what's amazing is that there's like 20 organizations and groups in the Ethereum community that are addressing this goal from different perspectives. Like, how do we make Ethereum the best that it can be? How do we market it? And she talked about the CMS system, and particularly identified like, how do we maintain the resilience of our channels so that they're immune or resistant to rage quitting and leadership changeover. If you have a marketing DAO campaign running and the head of it decides to like take the money and run, like, how do we minimize the harm that any one person could do? Obviously, in a decentralized platform with smart contracts, there's a lot we can do to prevent that. 10 years ago, before the Ethereum existed, we didn't have those tools. So growing 350.org from the Campus Climate Challenge, going from like 4,000 students, 18 cities, 4 million participants, to organize that many people, we had to deal with a ton of redundancy in project planning and knowledge work. And one of the most frustrating parts of my experience was that we reinvented the wheel like every single day for every campaign. I just want to check in to make sure. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep, all good.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure I wasn't talking for an hour to a dead screen. Great. So, every one of these campaigns required hours of onboarding and organizing with the local representatives, and the background work, like the spreadsheets and the campaign materials, they were really susceptible to that issue that Angela identified. Like an example would be like on the Yale campus, we had like a Sierra Club, Sierra Campus Climate Challenge Club. That was like the #1 organization in the country. They like led how you do an awesome college event, how you get scientists on board. And then for 2 years strong, they were just like hands down the best of the best. And then the next year, it like went 90% down. Like they just stopped producing. And we realized that it was one person who was carrying that organization, and she basically took the resources with her, not maliciously. There just wasn't the infrastructure and the tools weren't there for her to hand off all of the local contacts, all of the things that she learned. So it got me thinking at the time about mapping local knowledge. And, I came up with this turn of phrase that it really is like tugboat captains. You might have the most amazingly powerful, battleship or a crazy super yacht. And the captain could be the best sailor on the seas. But when they come into the local waterway, they get with the local tugboat captain who knows the local waters and knows the changing channels. And they do that because if they don't, they're going to end up on the rocks. And in order to grow the Ethereum ecosystem to 1 million developers, we definitely need a process of coordinating knowledge that allows really clean handoffs and that allows for us to build cumulative knowledge resources. So with Sense Collective, we've been building some of those tools. You know, we don't have a token. It's just part of the whole, you know, Gitcoin open source. You know, we're very much, I participated in the Ethereum ICO. I started mining Bitcoin in like 2013. And so it's definitely positioned in the way that's kind of, you know, compatible with where this particular community is right now. We're not raising money for something we want to build. We've been building it on the strength of grants and the open source community. And in the next, you know, I'm just going to have 5 more minutes of this talk and then I'll turn it over to conversation. But what we've really been looking to build is a series of protocols and, you know, schemas to organize our knowledge in a way that regular people can participate in. So what really was one of the most powerful things of 350 was how we organized local and global stakeholders into like a real quilt. We really had the social graph thing down without any tools. So all of our calls to action, they would make Peppo really happy. And I think Peppo is one of the ways that we can mirror this. Almost all the calls to action involved a person making a video or taking photos and including themselves in it and telling their story. And then by weaving together the stories of millions of people, we had a really comprehensive, like, expressive quilt of people. But what was missing from that was like a knowledge traversal graph, a way to navigate across those people so that when I find somebody who's solved the problem that I have in you know, Norwalk, Connecticut, instead of reinventing the wheel and rebuilding everything that they built, how do I get to them? How do I know that they have the same answer? And so a lot of this deals in information design and the design of schemas, ontologies, and taxonomies. So something I started building for 350.org, which is now moving to like the Foam protocol and moving to Ocean protocol and Ethereum, is the takeaway that I hope everybody has from this short talk. It's a tagging API that deals with a common human readable schema. So like this is all dealing with climate information, but you'll see very easily how it can be abstracted to anything. So if I'm organizing, if I work for the NRDC or like the river keepers, and I'm organizing my local chapter's data about our local river, if I use a shared schema for like geotagging, for enriching the content and for pooling it into a larger pool, then it's easy for another organization, for Surfrider, to identify the data that I tagged and say, hey, that matches exactly what we're working on. And I know that because they use the same schema and tags. So, you know, what we've ended up with is a great number of like Python plugins and libraries. It's very much compatible with the CAD ecosystem from Block Science. It's very interoperable, and we need help to get it closer to the front end side of things. But on the back end, we have all of these different libraries and ecosystems for doing semantic web mapping. And then regular people can sit in a room and say, here are the things on the far right that we're working on. Our organization's working on climate change theory. Your organization's working on monitoring and evaluation. And by condensing those into a glossary and organizing a shared glossary, then suddenly we have a giant data depot where searching information is as easy as, you know, using a Google search, but it's not driven by commerce. So, and, you know, through very simple AI and machine learning, we can come up with a knowledge graph where if you're working on a project and certain keywords are mentioned, you'll get a mention of other projects. So here are all of the other projects that have the same data sets that would match, you know, the project that you're working on. So why we built that was because we realized we needed better tools. Big data doesn't cut it because regular people aren't very good at, semantic web, and they're not good at MySQL schemas, and, but they are good at knowing, how to just simply tag using natural language. So because networks thrive on our ability to traverse knowledge, we need to organize this kind of content in a way that is consistent. So I'm going to skip through some of this stuff, but basically I'll take you through just a couple of quick examples. Any organization that wants to enter into the Ethereum space can just have a simple profile. Any person on Reddit can have a simple profile, and through our libraries and schemas and some of the stuff we're building, they can use like 3box or any of the decentralized self-sovereign identity tools to identify just in natural language, here's who I am. Maybe I'm this business, Cura Persona, that I'm working with. They can identify what type of stuff they're looking for. I want to look for nutrition guidance. I want to get notes on regular checkup alerts. Here's my genetic profile. Everybody can identify their reality, and they can identify where they're at today, and then get an indication for some sort of an optimal state. And in this way, we can bring together the Ethereum social and knowledge graph and any other industry. So that, and this really helps 1 million devs, because it introduces what Kames calls the Ethereum experience architects. So this, this totem, which is something that Sense Collective has created, it's really just a JSON schema that allows you to organize your identity in a way that can be quantified and then paired against other people. And then when you have a group of say DAOs or a group of projects, a meta totem is just simply a large collection of organizations that have each used the same schema and ontology, so that the search for insights and answers can happen between whatever groups decide to come together. So take, for example, Gitcoin. I know that Kames is working on some of the semantic web stuff. In the next Gitcoin grant round, we're going to be introducing some tools to actually demonstrate this, so that across all of the 100 projects that are participating in Gitcoin, we can have associative graphs and knowledge discovery that lets local groups and topic similar groups find each other and pool their money, so that we can do this cybernetic loop. We're able to communicate, command, collaborate, and control. It's basic complex adaptive systems kind of management. I'll skip through this. Metagame is a perfect example of how this comes together. So our current Web3 combines all these stakeholders. We have modelers, gamers, taggers, subject matter experts. All we're missing is the shared language infrastructure for them to coordinate across these different ecosystems. I'll save all of this for when everyone's not exhausted, but we bring this to life through a variety of different games that sit very well into the metagame the design model, so that we can add in games with purpose into pretty much any platform. And this is the takeaway, and I promise there's just 2 more slides, and then I can open it up for questions. You can ask me what the heck I've been talking about. So what we did that really kicked all of this off for 350.org was to start creating something like this civic.json, which is a metadata standard for civic technology projects that allowed this type of takeaway that I've been describing, and hopefully this drives it all home. It's an API that allows a group of community projects, such as the OpenGov Hack Night in Chicago, or New York City's 311 campaigns, or the Sierra Club. Any project that's working on something similar can search GitHub. And by using the civic JSON schema, it looks like this. They can identify basically the needs of the organization, the categories that they participate in, and really anything that they want. And it is like front loading a knowledge discovery ecosystem wherever you want to put it. So this schema will work in any of the Web3 platforms and ecosystems that we're working on. And I think it's a way that will help us get to 1 million developers, because in order to get there, we have to find each other and we have to find the opportunities that best match the skills of our communities. So I'll leave it at that. I'll just go like this and I'll end sharing. And that's my kind of like way long flash talk. All right. You guys with me?
Yeah. Sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me turn.
I don't really have any questions on my end.
So I had a question. When you were talking specifically about the one node that was generating 90% of the traffic, and then they lost like their leader pretty much, right? So they lost all of their flow because the person that was generating all the content and had all the knowledge silos left. So everyone lost the context and learning that they were kind of putting through. So how can we use the platform to share that local knowledge and kind of promote that learning without, like, is it just like all the setup of the person doing the work? They've got to like intentionally share it?
And it wasn't like she disappeared off the planet, you know. She was still reachable. It was more. It was twofold of a problem. The first problem was infrastructure and tools. They didn't have a database schema that allowed for all these different organizations to coordinate. So the data was just kind of stored in a disorganized fashion that only really made sense to her. And the content was there, but it's like going into any other coder's work, like, you know, without good documentation, it was a struggle to make sense of it. A lot of the intellectual capital was just maintained in her head and not committed into any formal structure. The other problem was that same problem expressed out in the wild. So she had a lot of amazing relationships, and she didn't take those relationships with her, but it's like, you know, after she graduated, to get her to go and on a one-on-one basis introduce those people, it was already too late. The best time to set up those kind of anchor tugboat captain knowledge-based thing is in real time. So it's really also just upfront understanding that it's not meant to be an app that does this. It's more of a schema and a protocol that really we're already starting to do. Between Aragon and DAO Stack and, you know, Moloch DAO, we have a couple of different approaches. They're slightly different. They have slightly different rules. I think the answer on a technical basis is deals with like the token taxonomy initiative, which is Ethereum Enterprise Alliance and Microsoft project, where they're really working to organize the taxonomy around like DAOs and tokens and NFTs to get consistency so that we can use shorthand. And you know, these projects can kind of just all be using the same shorthand, so that when I look at your notes and I see, oh, you were using this type of NFT token, and I know which one you're talking about. I know if it was fungible or not, you know, like I know which switches you had turned on. So it's really documentation and relationship forging in real time as opposed to after the fact. Great question.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? If you guys got another minute in you, I can kick out a couple of kind of calls to action. Like because this was spontaneous, I don't really have a really well organized takeaway. But the main thing is that if you look at the Discord server action, and maybe your wrist or finger is sore from clicking between the 20 or 30 different Discord servers and Telegram channels, you know, we're really on the edge, and there's a lot of great bots already working, and there's a lot of similar people across a lot of these organizations that we're in. So, you know, we're a couple of months away, and during this next Gitcoin grant cycle, like we'll be introducing a grant, and in general, Gitcoin as just an organization is working on some knowledge management stuff, just thinking about the best way to categorize different projects and looking at how to label our projects. So finding some of the Ethereum projects that use good GitHub tags. I'm looking for good examples. And also one of the things I'm looking for is feedback on, like, you know, we don't want to go too deep into the tagging side of things before we actually understand if people are going to use that. Like, so we're in a bit of a discovery phase where we'll be hosting some calls with 1 Million Devs and Sense Collective and Cura Persona on like modeling this out with some real world use cases. So if any of you have a project that and you'd like better knowledge management and better social graphing tools, just hit me up and you know, we'll set up a chat because we can include you in some of our field testing in the next month or two. Awesome.
Great, thank you.
I think it's Miller time.
Yeah, I think we got one last talk that's gonna start right in pretty much 6 minutes.
All right. Well, I appreciate your attention at the end of this awesome day. Thanks, guys. And I'll put my handles and whatnot into the chat. So if you want to follow up with me, and I'll also drop the slides and a couple links into Telegram and all the other usual places. Awesome, guys.
Cool. Sounds good. Thanks, Johnny.
I'm going to keep hanging out for a few minutes if you guys want to chat amongst yourselves, and I'll just keep chilling here too as I catch my breath, and then I'm going to put my 2-year-old daughter to bed.
I'm going to head over to the House of DAOs. They've got the last one going.
Oh, great.
And then they've got like some after party.
Oh, yeah.
Pop over there.
Yep.
I'll see you guys over there.
Yep.
Awesome.
Anyone else in this room speaking? Because I cannot hear anything.